I think the Cardinals are scared to death of going into the offseason needing 3 pitchers. They think there might be a chance to talk Jack Flaherty into staying. Now, there's been zero progress. I was told there hasn't even been an offer made, but the Cardinals are hoping to maybe use the deadline in their favor. He's the one that they think they could hang on to. He's the one they covet. If a deal could be worked out between now and the deadline, I think both sides would be happy.
Let's get nasty on a Thursday. It's a Fast Lane on 101 at ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, the third day for us here at 17 Community Ice Center as the Blues continue their youth hockey camp.
Oh,
Jamie,
big stuff today, Anthony.
Big stuff. We got a big show.
We had Colton Parayko out here today.
Was Ric Flair here again?
Ric Flair is here again.
Was Ric Flair playing Colton Parayko?
No.
In a game of Beaver Tail?
Ric Flair stepped on the ice, and everybody got off the ice. They knew better.
Yeah.
It's Ric Flair.
Yeah, come on.
Right? It's the nature boy. He's decked out in blue today, too. He's back to the blue suit.
Okay.
So it's good to see Rick hanging around here at the Centene Community Ice Center.
Yeah.
And, big old Colton Parayko came out, shooting some laser beams out there and signing some autographs. He really is one of the world's nicest people.
I was about to say I really like Colton. You know him very well, but we had an opportunity to really get to know him at the Blue. I think it was our first show. It was our second show. The Stalter of the Stalter Rivers.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Second show.
The second version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, the second show of the first version, we had Colton Parayko on when the Blues had their golf tournament. Yeah. And he's a great guy. Okay, but we're going to start off the show talking about Jack Flaherty.
Why?
Pretty interesting stuff over the last couple of hours here. Jack Flaherty pitched yesterday in Arizona. And you and I assumed, Jamie, that it was going to be Jack Flaherty's last start for the St. Louis Cardinals, at least for the foreseeable future, because he'd be dealt by the Tuesday, August 1st MLB trade deadline. Then John Denton put in an article some interesting stuff about the future of Flaherty, perhaps in St. Louis. As John Denton of MLB.com writes, Flaherty, who pitched well over 5 innings on Wednesday in Arizona, might not be on his way out of town just yet.
What?
The Cardinals are still holding out hope that an 11th hour long-term extension can be reached before Tuesday, according to a source familiar with the club's thinking. So that's what John Denton reported. Derek Gould, 2 hours ago, Derek Gould, of course, of the Post-Dispatch and STLtoday.com. Derek Gould tweeted out 2 hours ago, Cardinals and Jack Flaherty have not had conversations on an extension in several months, per multiple sources. And they affirmed the reporting this morning at STL Today and that spring training talks did not gather momentum. And then he links to a story. Both outstanding reporters, both with excellent reputations, different sources, I'm sure.
Anthony, pick a side.
I don't buy it.
Which one?
I don't buy that the Cardinals aren't looking to trade him. I don't buy that the Cardinals are looking to sign him outside of hoping maybe he takes some sort of short-term, inexpensive deal, which I doubt Flaherty's going to take. He's going to test the open market. Jack Flaherty, as soon as he came into the league, was destined to check. Was basically telling everybody that he was going to, go throughout the arbitration process. He didn't like it. Test the open market. In one way or another.
But that was a healthy Jack Flaherty who had been shoving.
Moot point, whatever. Yeah, you're right.
I don't think it's a moot point.
It's not a moot point.
I would disagree with you.
What I'm saying right now is I'm not buying that the Cardinals aren't going to trade him. He's as good as gone, in my opinion, by Tuesday.
So then
what
do you think is the strategy? Is the strategy that they leaked information to say that they are re-signing him so the teams think that, boy, it's going to take a lot more to get him? Or is the strategy that flat out that they haven't talked in forever and there's no chance of it? Because those are polar opposite reports.
Yeah.
Now John Denton, in fairness to him, he's not reporting that they're minutes away from signing an extension. Believes that at the 11th hour there could be something that gets done between the Cardinals and Flaherty, whereas Derek Gould is basically saying, I'm not saying it won't happen. They just haven't talked in months.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the strategy is overall. If the Cardinals are feeding information to certain people, maybe John Denton or somebody that John Denton knows, and they're saying that, hey, never know, we're talking a little bit here now. what's the strategy? Is it just to kind of drive up the market for Jack Flaherty? Or are they looking at the fact that Monty's gone for sure, which we know that, and they're looking at their rotation next year going, man, we really need some pieces, but I don't know if we can get 4 or 5 pieces.
Yeah.
When we already have one, that maybe if we throw him a nice number, maybe a 2-year or 3-year deal with a nice number, we can have Jack Flaherty as a number 2 or a number 3. I don't know. It's all screwy to me.
I guess my question would be, what does it hurt to say, yeah, we're actually interested in him in a long-term deal, and floating that out there? Because other teams I don't think other teams are going to buy it, but other teams may look at it and say, well, we got to get more aggressive for Flaherty if we really want him. The logic doesn't really make sense.
I think teams are going to pay what they're going to pay.
I think so,
I
too.
don't know if you can, kind of falsely drive up the market on a guy just because you say you're going to re-sign him.
I don't buy that either. I'm actually more inclined to say, let's believe the exact opposite on everything that is being said right now. Let's believe the opposite with Flaherty, and that they're actually talking multi-year extension with him. I think he's going to be traded. Tyler O'Neill, who we talked about a couple of days ago, Katie Wu floating it out there that if the Cardinals don't hear what they want, they'll just keep Tyler O'Neill looking to compete in 2024. I'm actually less inclined to buy that. Not Katie Wu's reporting, because Katie Wu is outstanding, but this is lying season right now. It's like it's like 2 weeks before the NFL draft. Don't believe what you're hearing. In fact, believe the exact opposite. There's a lot of chess game going on here between all of the teams. And things really got interesting over the last 24 hours with the news that Shohei Ohtani is going to be retained. Nice job, Marsh. Kind of called that one yesterday.
The Angels listened to the fast lane, and they're like, we got to back our guy, Marsh.
Yeah. Pretty impressive for Marsh there. Nice call. And then Lucas Giolito, the Angels saying, we're going to keep Ohtani, and we're actually going to buy, then turned around and got Lucas Giolito from the White Sox. So the landscape has changed so much. I just think that the Cardinals might be playing the game a little bit, but I think, again, Flaherty's as good as gone, and I would still be more inclined to believe that Tyler O'Neill is traded too. My thought, just my 2 cents.
Yeah. I'm of the same belief or the same opinion that all of them are gone. For me, if I'm playing the role of John Mozeliak right now, they're all gone. They're gone. I'm getting assets for these guys. I'm moving on from Tyler O'Neill. It's been a nice, fun ride, but we're done here now. Moving on from Jack Flaherty. I'm moving on from Jordan Montgomery. I'm moving on from Paul DeJong. Take your best player and put him out there because I'm ready to trade him. I don't care. None of this crap anymore. Re-signing guys and maybe contract extension. Hicks is gone too.
Yeah,
everything must go.
And then bring him back in the offseason.
Yeah, if you love St. Louis that much, if he loves the old toasted Ravs that much, he'll come back.
Yeah,
he'll come back. I just don't get it. Why screw around now? Why paint a picture of a certain strategy and then now it's completely muddied?
I think that's because it's. Let's keep in mind here the Cardinals aren't saying it. It's not like John Mozeliak at a press conference and said,
we know that
we're entertaining re-signing Jack Flaherty. This is part of the fun of what we do, Jamie. It's getting closer and closer to the deadline. We spent countless segments talking about which players are going to be dealt, including the 3 that we just mentioned throughout this segment. And as we're getting closer, content's starting to flow in that maybe the Cardinals are going to keep some of these guys. Again, officially, I'm not buying it. Jack Flaherty's going to be with somebody else by Tuesday. I think Tyler O'Neill is still dealt. The Paul DeJong situation got a little tricky again last night with the Dodgers acquiring
Anthony, that's just because you are the guy that linked into the Dodgers. You got it all wrong, first of all. The Dodgers, they were looking for a shortstop the whole time.
Oh, is that so?
I saw that come across. And I was like, Anthony, right now, his head's going to pop off.
2 days in a row, I said, one, the Dodgers make the most sense. Watch this. We're going to get Kike Hernandez back. I still think the Dodgers need a shortstop. Okay. Med Rosario. So maybe if I just say the Dodgers still need a shortstop, then maybe DeYoung's market will become.
No, I think that that's obviously done in L.A. for the Paul
I think
DeYoung.
so too. I was listening to BK and Ferrario driving in, and both guys made a good point. BK said, "Look, the defensive metrics aren't good on Rosario. I don't think this takes him out of the Paul DeYoung trade sweepstakes. I do.
Why would you trade for one shortstop and then another?
Even if he's bad, he is.
Who
bad
plays second base?
For them?
Yeah.
Muncy moves all over the place. Chris Taylor moves all over the place. They got...
who's third base? Taylor? No.
It's interchangeable. So Muncy usually plays third base.
Paul DeYoung can play third. He can play second. He can play short. I don't know about Rosario.
Do you know what the Dodgers... What their game plan thus far kind of reminds me of is what the Braves did a couple of years ago when they won the World Series and they acquired Eddie Rosario and Jock Peterson and Jorge Soler. They kind of just threw a whole, they made three separate moves, threw a whole bunch of guys at the problem, and kind of pieced it together from there. As opposed to making one big trade, they made a series of small deals. I think that's what the Dodgers are doing. Kike Hernandez, Ahmed Rosario for Noah Syndergaard, and I think they make 2 or 3 other smaller moves and just kind of go with the patchwork system there.
Well, if their plan,
and they need starters.
If their plan at one point was to get Ohtani, that's gone now.
Yeah. Well, they'll get him in the offseason.
Well, yeah, but not for this year.
No. 2:12. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN with former Blues defenseman Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. I was thinking more about the Tyler O'Neill situation, Jamie. Can I play devil's advocate about keeping him?
Oh, I'd love you to.
Even though for the last 2 shows now, show and a half, we've been talking about trading him.
Yeah. Is this the flippy floppy about to happen?
No, can I just play devil's advocate with you?
Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
That's next on 101 ESPN. So for the better part of, I don't know, Jamie, a month, we've been trying to entice teams, you especially, to take Tyler O'Neill.
Yes.
Talking about how he's a five-tool player.
Yes.
Former MVP candidate. I mean, just an absolute stud. Could be available at the deadline.
Could be yours.
Could be you. We've been talking about Tyler O'Neill. But then Katie Woo had the tweet a couple of days ago that the Cardinals might not be inclined to deal him because they may not get the offer that they're looking for Tyler.
Seems strange to feel like they're trying to drive the market up there again, too.
Maybe, yeah.
All Mozeliak has to say is you'd have to pry him from my cold, dead hands.
Right, exactly. He hasn't said that before, so it'll probably be pretty effective.
He did say it, Anthony, and he held true to his word, and now he's going back on it.
You should have traded him for Soto last year.
I mean, straight up, yeah.
All right. Should the Cardinals hold on to their offensive talent? Can I do the devil's advocate thing just for Tuesday? I would trade Tyler O'Neill. So hang on. First and foremost.
Hang on. Because we had someone on the text line posed the exact same question. They said, devil's advocate, explain the difference between devil's advocate and flippy floppy.
Okay. I guess there's not much. How about this? I'll just be honest. I would trade Tyler O'Neill. Period. End of story.
Okay.
But we have a 4-hour show and we need content. So can I provide a different spin on this?
Why you got to get so defensive?
I'm not. I'm just stating.
You did a little bit there. You got aggressive. You kind of took a step towards me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that again.
I
wouldn't do that again.
I'm being definitive in this. We have 4 hours to fill content. So
you know what you're allowed to say, Anthony? You're allowed to say, hey, I woke up this morning and I thought of a different scenario.
I woke up this morning, I thought of a different scenario.
What was it, Anthony?
What if you keep your offensive talent?
Izzy?
Izzy? I would love to have Izzy back, but no, he doesn't.
Izzy.
He'd be great. He'd be outstanding. He would fix this bullpen big time. No, what I'm talking about is, Jamie, keeping the offensive guys intact, making basically no real moves when it comes to the offense at all, bringing back the depth. You still have an issue when it comes to playing time and all that, but solely concentrate on adding pitching at the deadline and in the offseason and rolling back the same team next year, minus Paul DeJong and adding Mason Wynn. Would you be interested in that at all?
Yeah.
Would you care if they did it? How about that?
No, because I really don't think you're going to get a lot for Tyler O'Neill. I have said that for a while. He's been not irrelevant, but he hasn't been playing. So what do you think you're going to drive up the market with? The fact that he was good 2 years ago? It doesn't hurt that people saw, what he's capable of doing.
Yeah.
But still 2 years ago, and he hasn't been healthy, like, on a consistent basis since that point. So I would be okay with that. I guess the only worry I have regarding something to that nature is you hang on to him and he's injured again. And you could have gotten something for him.
You have 42 other players, though.
I know.
We have talked about this pitching staff being barren now for a couple of years. You don't have enough. 3 years ago, you had to add John Lester and J. Happ at the deadline. Last year, you had to add Quintana and Jordan Montgomery at the deadline. You have been short when it comes to pitching over the last couple of years now. Do you absolutely need to trade some of your offensive talent? The key here is that if somebody like Newt were to get you a major league starter that you can plug into your rotation right now, and he's cost controlled. Same thing with Dylan Carlson, right? Tyler O'Neill is not going to fetch that for you. So that would be the caveat to me. But again, coming back to it, would you be off your rocker upset?
No.
If the Cardinals did not hear, a team offers you a low-level 19-year-old prospect. It's essentially a lottery ticket, and that's it, for Tyler O'Neill. or you keep him and you just roll out the same offensive talent. I'm not saying there's not issues because you got playing time issues. You have the same problems you have now.
Well, I was going to say you're kicking the
depth.
can down the road.
You are.
You're keeping a logjam.
Yes.
I think that who has more upside in your opinion, Tyler O'Neill or Dylan Carlson?
Dylan Carlson, because I know what Tyler O'Neill is.
So.
And that also factors in the injuries.
If that's the case, then like you can't have 6 outfielders going into next season. You can't.
Then you have to be aggressive.
You got to clean it up. Like you got to clean up some of the garbage.
Then you need then to me, try to make a 1-for-1 either at the deadline or in the off season for one of your outfielders. A 1-for-1 for Dylan Carlson. A 1-for-1 for Newt. A 1-for-1 for. I wouldn't trade Brendan Donovan, but what if Donovan fetches you number 3?
Yeah, I think he's probably maybe the most desirable to other teams. I don't think
Swiss Army knife.
I don't think as highly of Newt as apparently everybody else does. Like I like Lars Nootbaar. I think he's a talented individual. What the hell has he really done this year?
He's been okay. He's been banged up. He's been fine.
I don't care.
Yeah.
What has he done?
He's been fine.
He's been fine.
Mm-hmm.
He's not this like megastar.
Yeah.
Like following the World Baseball Classic with him and Ohtani and people all over the place just grinding and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That the hype was bigger than the product.
Yeah, you're right.
And ever since he's come back, like people are like, he's a lockdown. Like, he's a for sure. He's part of our core 4.
No.
What are we even talking about?
If Lars Nootbaar could get me a cost-controlled pitcher,
Has Lars even been your best outfielder?
No, but that would be either Brendan Donovan or Tommy Edman.
Yeah, your second baseman.
Or Jordan Walker from a offensive standpoint.
So this is my problem with it is if Newt could possibly fetch you the biggest return because there's so much hype surrounding this player, why the hell are you hanging on to him?
I wouldn't.
And it's nothing against Newt. I'm trying to build this team for next year.
You're trying to build a team.
Yeah.
Not just an offense.
And if I can take Lars Nootbaar and go get a 2 or even a 3 starter.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't I? Because I've got too many damn bodies in the outfield as it is.
If it's a 3, I'm doing it. If it's a 2, I would send in the paperwork immediately to Major League Baseball. And we're not talking about a 2 that's going to be a free agent in 2 years. We're talking about a 2 that's going to be cost-controlled.
Anthony, we got a text here, and I was anticipating this.
Yeah.
From 314. Newt is a spark plug on this team. He brings the energy that others don't. And how's that translating for wins right now?
Right. Do you have pitching?
And is Newt really the spark plug? Because I haven't seen anything this year. I haven't seen any hype. I haven't seen none of it. Why, Anthony?
Because it's weekend at Bernie's. This team's been dead on arrival.
Correct. Your team is not winning. So Newt being the spark plug and all that, I know. I did the job. When your team's not good and there's lifelessness, you look like a jackass if you're out there trying to fictitiously create energy and spark.
Newt has played it, to your point, Newt has played it perfectly.
He's played it perfect, but you cannot sit here today on July 27th and tell me that you can't trade Lars Nootbaar because he's the energy, the spark for this team. Where is this team right now? If he's such an energy spark guy, where has the energy been? Right. The biggest comment we've heard from multiple people all over baseball is they look lifeless.
Yeah, they do.
Well, if you got Lars Nootbaar and he's a spark plug and you can't trade him, so that's why I don't buy it.
In a vacuum, do I want to trade Lars Nootbaar? No. Do you need pitching though? Look at this year. You don't have the horses. And you have offensive assets. Mm-hmm. You deal from depth to get something that you don't have. That's for every sport. What do I have an abundance of? What can I trade from that abundance to get something that I don't have? Mm-hmm. So if it's Newt or, quite frankly, whether it's Newt or Carlson, it doesn't really matter. But if you could do a 1-for-1 to get some pitching, I would do that. It doesn't have to be at the deadline. It could be in the offseason. I would trade
Newt, O'Neill, and Carlson. I would trade all 3.
Newt,
O'Neill,
and Carlson?
Yeah.
So your outfield next year is Donovan, Edman, and Walker.
You got Burleson out there. You can always find a corner outfielder. You can.
Okay.
Think of the return for that. If you drop those 3 guys into the trade market,
you give me 2 pitchers?
At least.
That I'm putting in the rotation?
Absolutely. Well, Newt right now,
I'm in.
Newt was the guy that almost got you Sean Murphy.
Right.
But you didn't want to give up Newt. So imagine on the pitching side, the pitching version of Sean Murphy.
Yeah.
Someone out there is going, man, give me that Newt.
All right, let's do it. Make the call.
Done. All right.
Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, the Fast Line on 101 ESPN. City SC takes on Club America tonight, Jamie.
They're from Mexico, too.
They are, yes.
People get confused because they call themselves Club America.
Right.
But North America is very large, consists of Canada, the United States, and Mexico.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
And they play at the, what is it, that Estudia something or other, Azteca?
Yes.
It's like it's basically Death Valley.
Yeah. But they'll be playing here tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
How important is it that City SC takes Club America behind the woodshed? Probably not going to happen, but let's talk about it anyways. Next in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cards win over the Diamondbacks yesterday by a final score of 11-7. And what could be his last start as a Cardinal, Jack Flaherty went 5 innings, gave up 8 hits, 3 runs, all 3 of those being earned. He walked 2 and struck out 4. Tonight, the Cards are taking on the Cubs. and what could be Jordan Montgomery's last start as a Cardinal. 7:15 start time tonight. The League's Cup group stage continues tonight as City SC takes on Club America. 9 o'clock start time at City Park. We're going to dive into that next right here in the Fast Lane. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Well, tonight, St. Louis City SC hosts Club America to compete League's Cup group stage action. The game will be at City Park at 9 o'clock. And, Jamie, this I'm always confused by the mid-season, like, tournaments that soccer does.
It's interesting.
I know it's kind of a big deal, which is great.
Is it, though?
I think it's a big deal for soccer fans. They seem to love it.
Well,
I can't grasp it in like the big four though.
Here's where I push back a little bit. The Columbus Crew played City SC in the first game of this, and City SC played all of their rookies and young kids.
Right, including their backup keeper.
Yeah. So if it means that much, why are we doing that?
No, I just mean people. I just mean that soccer likes to do these tournaments. I feel.
Yeah, but I was asking you a different question.
Okay, well. Pause on that. I know soccer loves it. Their tournaments.
Okay, Anthony, soccer loves it, okay?
Stop.
We've got
go.
That. No, soccer loves it, Anthony. You're 100% correct.
All right, go.
Your thoughts?
On what?
Oh, I thought you had more.
No, that was it. You like to bleed. So I'm going to push back on it. You weren't even talking about the same thing.
I was pushed back. Well, you're right. But the way you kind of worded it to start was that, it's a big deal.
Yeah, soccer loves their midseason tournaments.
Yeah, but is this one in particular a big deal?
I have no idea.
I know. Me neither.
No, to your point about City SC, no, they're playing their backups.
So why?
Don't get the guys hurt for the MLS.
We're going to try and have Kyle Hebert on tomorrow. And hopefully he answers our calls. You never know. But if it's a big deal, then why do you play all your backups?
I don't think it's a big deal to the club in terms of
then why do you play
winning.
the tournament?
Did they have to?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Marshy, get the MLS online too, please.
I mean,
all right,
thank you.
To me, the MLS season would be a bigger deal than these midseason tournaments. I mean, they had a midseason tournament a couple of months ago too.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing where they played their backups. I'm fine with it. I would rather have an opportunity to see City SC win their conference and the MLS title there, as opposed to some midseason tournament. I think it's cool from City SC standpoint that they're hosting Club America, which is apparently the cat's pajamas when it comes to the world of soccer here. One of the most popular North American team. They're a huge deal, and the fact that they're coming to City Park tonight, I think that's cool. The inaugural season of City SC.
Yeah.
And in the middle of it, they're hosting Club America. I think it's great from like a PR standpoint.
Yeah.
The on pitch stamp, I don't, whatever.
Yeah, I agree with that. And look you're in your first year as a team. You're first place in the conference. Do you want to risk injury?
No.
In this mid-season tournament?
No,
I wouldn't.
Could you imagine losing Roman Berkey?
Imagine losing
in a
any of your
mid-season tournament when you've already been banged up and you have managed these injuries incredibly well.
No, it's a great opportunity to give him rest.
Yes.
He's been the second most active goalie in all MLS. I think he's got the second amount of shots taken or saves.
Yeah.
So give him a little bit of a breather. But Anthony, I have a follow-up question to something you said just a couple seconds ago. The cat's pajamas.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Roman times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they used to have cats in the street.
Yeah.
And the cats used to get incredibly cold. So what they used to do, they used to have the in-house helpers and things like that. They used to have them sew pajamas so that the street cats were not cold at night.
Why not just bring the cat inside? If you're going to
if
you're going to do all that work,
it's a street cat, Jamie. They make a lot of mess. You don't want them eating the grapes and things like that.
If that's the case, then how easy do you think it would be to put pajamas on them?
Well, they're pretty cold. So when it comes to accepting said warmth, they're okay with it.
Yeah,
at least from what I've read. So yeah, it dates back to Roman times.
I feel like it would be difficult. I feel like they'd get the claws out. They wouldn't be sure what's going on.
This is
why.
If
it was knitting it, then the wool gets snagged on a nail, and I see chaos.
This is why you don't send your best men out there. You send some
someone you
some
don't
rookies.
like.
Yeah,
someone you don't like.
Absolutely.
You ever tried to put socks on a rooster, Anthony?
No,
it's not easy.
You used to, because when they mate, they claw each other up.
They tear the crap out of the female with their claws.
Yes, you're going to put socks on.
Socks, and you tape the socks on so that they can do their business.
It's very humane.
Yeah. I don't know if it is or not. I'm probably going to get a phone call.
Did you used to grow up on a farm or something?
No, but yes. I mean, I didn't, but we had family that had farms.
So they used to call and say, "Hey, Jamie."
Yeah, they'd have the mutants of the family.
Yeah.
Come out and put socks on the rooster.
Did they try to claw your eyes out?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're vicious. You had to wear the long sleeve shirts, the leather gloves, and all that stuff.
No thanks. Is it the worst job you've ever had?
Cleaning out the horse stables was pretty bad. When they got fresh, just dung everywhere, and like 10,000 flies hovering over a cow patty that looks like the size of a dinner plate.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not fun.
No, that's pretty rough, I would say. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. I don't know how we got onto that.
I don't know. It's your cats in pajamas thing that threw me.
I mean, I like to kind of share history when I can.
I'm glad you do.
Jamie, why don't we play a lineup game?
What?
Yeah.
We got a lineup?
Apparently.
Do we? All right.
Marshy,
do we hit the sounder? I don't know.
Or do you just want to play it next, Marsh? All right, well, let's just do it next segment. You want to play a lineup game next, Jamie?
I would love to play a lineup game.
As the Cardinals get ready to host the Cubs in the biggest series of the season?
What version of the Cardinals do you think we see today? Because somebody might need to get off their feet. You maybe want to play a bunch of nobodies again.
Goldschmidt probably isn't starting.
Is Tyler Motter in or out of the lineup?
Taylor Motter.
Is that what it is?
Taylor Motter.
I thought we acquired his brother, too.
We don't know. Probably. Wait until next week.
Taylor?
Yes, Taylor.
That's brutal that you didn't know that.
Taylor Motter.
Yeah.
I'm like,
is he in or out?
I'm like 80% sure on that. I think he's probably in.
Probably. He's got to be.
Justin Steele versus Miles Michaelis. All right, we'll play the lineup game next on 101 ESPN. All right, you know what that sound means. Time to play the lineup game here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. The Cardinals open up a new series against the hated Chicago Cubs. 6:45 start time tonight. Justin Steele, the lefty, versus Miles Michaelis, the right-hander. Justin Steele shoved it up your tailpipe last Friday, Jamie.
Anthony.
Yeah, he was great. Miles Michaelis, rough one last Saturday. So, you know.
Yeah.
But the venue shifts. Now we're at Busch Stadium tonight, Jamie. So 9-5 victory for the Cardinals tonight.
Is that what you think?
No. All right, here we go. Lineup game.
I'm just going to get behind that.
Nah, no need.
Okay, who's on the bump for the Cubs against
Steele, lefty.
Sidney Steele, huh?
Justin.
Oh,
Justin Steele.
brother.
Nope.
Okay. And he's an RHP, isn't he?
He's an LHP.
Is he? He's an L? Why did
Izzy's a right-hander. Steele's a lefty.
It's a couple of Izzy references today.
You got it.
Okay, so this one's easy then, right? It's going to be Brendan Donovan.
Yes.
Show us. Donnie boy.
Donnie was a good bowler and a good man.
I don't know what that is.
I don't either, but it's fun.
That is Donnie.
Provocative.
That's Donnie from the Wild Thornberrys. Have you ever seen that show? If your kids ever watched that show on Nickelodeon.
No, sir.
I think you might recognize him, maybe.
Okay. Paul Goldschmidt here, Jamie?
I think so, yeah.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and show us Paul Yukon Cornelius Goldschmidt.
Gold! Rich with gold! Gold!
All right, so we have our DH in Donovan. We've got our first baseman in Paul Goldschmidt.
Now, is it Big Willie here in the 3-hole?
Hell no, it's Newt. Even with the lefty on the bump.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
What do you think? I'm just being funny.
I'm trying to do the whole analytics matchup game here.
Typically,
that sometimes the Cardinals play and sometimes they don't.
Well, sometimes it's half and half. You know, it's
Sure it is.
analytics, and then half the other side. It's they go with the old gut.
Yeah.
Typically against the left-hander, this has been Contreras and then Arenado.
Yeah. Yeah.
So why don't we do that? Go ahead.
No, because you just want it to be Newt, so you can shove it in my face. You're always shoving it in my face.
I actually don't. Well,
I don't like it. I don't appreciate it, and I find it to be quite rude.
I've got text messages that say otherwise. Who do you think here? Big Willie style?
Show me that Big Willie.
All right.
You're wrong.
Told you, Anthony.
I don't think
Go
it's
ahead.
Newt, though. I don't think it's Newt.
Tap dance on
Okay.
my grave.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Show us Nolan Arenado.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Wow.
I didn't think it was.
That was a hell of a pivot there.
Well,
now.
it wasn't-
Oh, is this Tyler O'Neill now?
No, now I think it's Big
No,
Willie.
T-Bone was hitting cleanup yesterday.
Yeah, but Arenado was out, wasn't he?
No, yeah. So, what does that have to do with it? T-Bone was hitting cleanup.
Okay, good.
I don't know. Show us. Tyler O'Neill.
Sorry, guys.
Boy, Anthony, I'll tell you what. I suck today.
No, you don't.
No, I do.
You know what? The rest of the lineup game, you're going to be perfect. I know it.
I would bench me. In fact, I'd
I'm not.
healthy scratch me
Nope.
right now.
I'm not going to
out.
do that to you. I'm not going to do that to you.
You and Doty got the rest of the show.
Doty's fantastic, but you're going to be great the rest of the way.
All right.
I think that this is Big Willie style.
All right. But you go ahead. I'm tired of getting it wrong.
Show us Wilson Contreras.
This one goes out to all the big Willies.
Wilson, are you naked?
No, Tim, I'm wearing a hat.
All right. Now this is either O'Neill or Walker.
Wow, you're not. There's a rule this year, Anthony,
What's that?
that Jordan Walker can only be above the 6-hole like 3 times in the season.
So O'Neill.
I don't know. Sure.
All right. Show us Tyler O'Neill.
My fingers hurt.
Now your back's gonna hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
I love that. All right, Tyler O'Neill. That gives us one outfielder. Probably in left. Walker
Yeah.
here. He wasn't in the lineup yesterday. He's somewhere. He's somewhere in it
Who's
today.
our center fielder today?
Carlson, probably.
What about Newt?
I don't think he starts against the lefty.
Okay, so this is Walker.
I think so.
All right, show us Jordan Walker.
Nice.
All right. Walker.
So he'll probably be in right. So we need a center fielder,
Dylan
a
Carlson,
shortstop.
Because Dylan Carlson will be hitting from the
baseman.
right side today, Anthony. He does okay from the right side.
Right. So I think Carlson's in the lineup. I think DeYoung's in the lineup. And then you need a second baseman. Probably Taylor Motter.
It has to be, because it's a lefty. You're not going to play Gorman.
No.
I mean, that's legal in most states.
Correct.
Yeah.
So who do you think here?
I think it's Dylan Carlson.
Do it. I agree.
Show us Dylan Carlson.
No, no, no.
Really pissed off.
Okay. So do you think Nolan Gorman is actually in the lineup?
But they dropped him all.
And they dropped him down because it's a left-hander. Or Paul DeYoung. Those are my two thoughts.
I'd rather see Gorman at 7 than DeYoung, personally.
Me too.
That doesn't mean I really believe what I'm saying.
Right.
But every now and then, Anthony, you just have to go with your gut.
You need a win. You need a win, and you're going to get it right here.
And what if
Go
I
ahead.
don't, Anthony?
Go ahead.
If I don't, I'm leaving for the rest of the day.
I believe in you.
You're on your own.
I believe in you.
Show us. Nolan Gorman.
There's a storm coming, Ari.
Oh!
Nice job, Jamie. Okay.
Now I think it's Paulie D.
And then Carlson.
Or Carlson, then DeYoung. Finkel and Einhorn. Einhorn and Finkel.
I think it's DeYoung here. I think it's DeYoung here, and then it winds up being DC in the 9 spot. What do you think?
I'd rather see Carlson in the 9 spot than DeYoung. Not there's a huge difference, but I think it's Paul DeYoung.
I agree. Show us Paul DeYoung.
What a shame.
Show us Dylan Carlson.
Oh, wow. Is Paul DeYoung batting 9th? Or wait,
Yes,
hang
sir.
on. Hold up.
This is what I got.
Or is Taylor Motter going to play shortstop today? I'm not even being an ass right now. When's the last time we had Paul DeYoung 9th in the order?
He's been 9th.
I would say the analytics would say he's been there maybe once this year. And it would have been when he first came back.
I believe in you, Jamie. I believe in you.
No, I'm not saying no.
I believe in you. You know what? Show us Taylor Motter. I believe in Jamie.
I said Paul DeYoung.
Taylor Motter.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's so stupid. All right. Go ahead there, Marsh.
All right, leading off the DH, Brendan Donovan batting second. First baseman, Paul Goldschmidt batting third. Third baseman,
Nolan Arenado.
Nice.
cleanup hitter, the catcher, Wilson Contreras. Batting fifth, left fielder, Tyler O'Neill. Batting sixth in right field, Jordan Walker. Batting seventh, second baseman, Nolan Gorman. Batting eighth, center fielder, Dylan Carlson. And batting ninth, the shortstop, Taylor Motter.
Back.
Showcasing Taylor Motter.
Go Phil!
I don't believe
Somebody's going to want them.
what I just saw.
Home run.
I'm so confused. Taylor Motter at shortstop.
Yeah. Got to get Paul Paul DeYoung has played 42 games in a row, I think. So
Yeah, good. He'll
Makes
play
sense.
like 2 more for your team and you trade him.
that's correct.
Especially in Chicago. Oh, no, they're here.
Yeah.
They're here. My bad. My bad. I was about to really lose it.
You're good.
Because in Chicago, he hits the ball far.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
So I was about to do stuff I shouldn't do, but now I've regained my composure.
Well, why don't you, now that you regained your composure, why don't you go ahead and tell us what your home run call is?
Well, this guy really pissed me off the other night by going 0 for gopher. Then he got, I made a call to John Mozeliak, and he got a day off his feet, as they said. He got a reprimanding from me. Nolan Arenado is my guy.
All right. Marsh, who do you want?
Give me the Canadian, Tyler O'Neill. I believe he's going to hit a home run tonight.
There's only one other player besides Tyler O'Neill that is homered off of Justin Steele, and it is Yukon Cornelius himself, Paul Goldschmidt. So I'll take Paul Goldschmidt. for my home run call. There you have it.
Taylor Motter's getting one. You know it.
Probably. Yeah.
Why does he keep playing?
Honestly, at this point, I don't know. Unless the Cardinals are don't want to have certain guys get injured because they're trading them.
Yeah, makes sense.
But Motter's played everywhere right now.
Why can't we bring up Mason Wynn?
I think you will.
I know.
I think you will after the
Is Mason Wynn on your 40-man?
No.
Okay.
So that's why. I think he will after. You're going to clear up a couple of spots in your 40-man.
Sick of this.
Potentially.
Sick of it all.
I wonder if Paul DeYoung's getting dealt.
I mean, good.
Doubt it.
He could. Steele, by the way, 10-3 on the year.
There's an
2 point.
extension coming.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Yes, I could,
They
actually.
signed DeYoung, trade Mason Wynn
I could totally see that.
for an outfielder.
/ infielder.
Yes. Justin Steele, 10-3, 2.95 ERA. He's already 3-0 with a 2.95 ERA in 3 starts against the Cardinals this season. In his last outing, left-hander allowed 2 runs on 6 hits in 6 1/3 innings as the Cubs beat the Cardinals 4-3 last Friday. Steele 3-1 with a 3.86 ERA in 5 career starts against the Cardinals. So tough left-hander for the Cardinals. Miles Michaelis 6-5 in the year, 4.33 ERA, which is pretty remarkable considering where it was in April, the end of April, which was, I think, 10 or something. All right, it's Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We heard last night that Andrew Marsh was going to be correct and that the Angels are going to keep Shohei Ohtani. They kept him, or they will keep him. Today, he threw, I think, his first career complete game. He threw a one-hitter against the Tigers. Angels are going for it. So what does the Ohtani news mean for the Cardinals? We'll get into that next on 101 ESPN. Fast Lane on 101 ESPN 3 o'clock. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Last night, I had sent a text message to our group chat because I had the update. I got the update on my phone from ESPN that said the Angels are going to keep Shohei Ohtani. They're going to keep him in hopes that they make a run in the postseason and that maybe he'll re-sign with them in the offseason. That's at least the idea. There was also a report that said the Angels were going to be buyers. Not too long after that, they acquired Lucas Giolito and Lopez from the White Sox.
Yeah.
So, one, Marsh, and of course it happened this way because I was giving Marsh a lot of crap yesterday when we were playing the quick hitter game of where do you want to see Shohei Ohtani play the rest of the year? And Marsh goes, the Angels.
And you laughed at him, Anthony.
I did.
And
I couldn't
laughed.
believe it.
Who would pick the Angels?
I was like respectfully listening to Marshy, and you laughed, Anthony, out loud.
I did. Wow. I thought that was the least fun take that you were going to hear all day. It was right. Marsh was correct. The Angels kept Shohei.
It is such an Angels thing, though, to do.
Totally.
But honestly, Mike Trout is still hurt. He's probably not going to be back till mid-September.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell are you keeping Ohtani?
Yeah.
Like, if Mike Trout was healthy right now, and he was banging, and Ohtani's banging.
And you're in first place.
And Ohtani's throwing grease BBs like he did today, and you're a game out or whatever, I'm here for it. In fact, I'd love to see it because the Angels have been like this team that doesn't do anything, and they've got two of the greatest players to ever play the game.
Right.
But Trout's hurt. You're going to ride Ohtani the whole way. And now you got Lucas Giolito. It's a great pickup for them. It is.
Yeah.
But it could be all for nothing.
Right.
So I just don't get it, is what I don't get.
If Shohei...
How are you going to replace this, though?
If Shohei Ohtani signs with the Dodgers in the offseason, it will be a massive mistake by the LA Angels.
So this is my point, Anthony. As it is right now, the Angels don't have a lot in their farm system.
Right.
They kind of liquidated a lot of it.
They just gave their top prospect to the White Sox for Giolito.
Correct. And so now when you lose Ohtani for nothing, your organization is going to be set back 5 to 7 years. And if you traded Ohtani for the right pieces, you might be back in the conversation in a year or two.
Yeah.
As far as making the playoffs. I just don't get it. Someone should be fired for this.
There's only two ways this works.
World Series or bust.
One, they make a run. They make a run this year. They win it all because if you win it all, to hell with it. It was every decision you made was worth it if you win it all.
That's true.
It's like the get out of jail free card, right? It's like, oh, you signed a free agent who stunk. Yeah, but he pitched well in Game 5, so we won the World Series. They either win it all, or they re-sign him in the offseason. Because then it'd be worth it, too. Maybe he respects the fact that the Angels gave him his shot in Major League Baseball. They wanted to keep him, and they showed that they wanted to keep him. But if he signs elsewhere, the Dodgers or whoever, Jamie, this will be one of the biggest blunders in sports history.
If they don't make the playoffs, he's not staying. Shohei Ohtani wants to win.
Yes, he does.
He wants to win. So I could see the Angels having gone to him and said, hey, listen, we're going to be buyers this year. We're not trading you. We're going to go get other pieces. We're going to make the playoffs for you.
Right.
And then when they fall short, Ohtani's going to hate them.
Right.
He will. Because, like, what do you have left? You have nothing now.
Yeah.
We didn't make the playoffs, and there's no reason for me to stay here. Like, none.
Yep.
So this is the biggest misplay of the decade, easily.
Yep. All right, so what does this mean for the Cardinals? This is great news for the Cardinals, in my opinion, Jamie. One, they kept Ohtani, so now you have one more buyer at the deadline that did not get what they were hoping for. And the market for Ohtani was probably going to be pretty small because not every team would want to liquidate the top of its farm system to get Ohtani.
I would.
Okay. But you had you would only have, I don't know, 3 teams or so maybe willing to do that. So now those 3 teams don't get an asset that they wanted. The Angels are also a buyer, and they just took the top arm off the market.
You think he was the top arm?
Yes. Yeah. Ohtani and then Giolito.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they kept Ohtani, and then they traded for Giolito. So you have all these teams, pitching-starved teams, in contention. The Dodgers being the biggest one. But it's not just them. The Dodgers need pitching. The Astros need pitching. The Rangers could use a pitcher now that Jacob deGrom is out again. If the Yankees still consider themselves a fringe wild card, and who knows, maybe they add pitching. The other thing that has happened over the last 24 hours, the Cubs have seemingly pumped the brakes on as a potential seller because they're starting to play better. Cody Bellinger's having a great year. Maybe they hold on to Bellinger. Maybe they hang on to Stroman. That's another arm that is not available. I think that the Ohtani situation is great for the Cardinals. No.
Okay. What does he have left on his deal? Because
let's see here.
Obviously the Cardinals could never swing a trade with the Cubs. That would it's just not going to happen. But could you, and I don't know if this happened. Well, it does happen in baseball because with the Sean Murphy trade, that was a 3-team deal.
Player option for Stroman.
Okay, so he can opt out.
He could opt out. So they got.
But this is the guy that's basically said at one point that he could see himself being a Cardinal, right?
Great, we'll sign you in the offseason.
Is that not what he said? Something like that?
Marsh had
vaguely something about
He was deleted.
Was it?
I went back. There was a deleted tweet.
Either way.
All right. Well, either way, why would you not kick the tires on that? Why would you not grab another team, a third party, right now, and say, "Hey, here's what we're trying to accomplish. We'll trade you Dylan Carlson for basically nobody. I don't care. Give you back a 0 prospect. I don't care. But you're going to take Carlson, flip him to the Cubs for Stroman."
No way. I would not do that.
It's hypothetical.
I would not do it. No.
On what side would you not do it?
The Cardinals.
Why?
So what? So Carlson beats my ass for the next couple of years, and I could just get Stroman in the offseason?
You're worried about Dylan Carlson.
Did you see?
You're worse than John Mozeliak.
Have you seen Randy Rosarina?
You're worse than John Mozeliak.
Adolis Garcia? Have you seen these guys?
I'm disgusted with your behavior.
I'm disgusted with your thought process.
All you talk about all day long is how Mo can't be afraid anymore of the Rosarina.
I didn't say
that's what you said.
I didn't say be stupid,
your little
Jamie.
tail between your butt cheeks and you're beep, 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 beep. Dylan Carlson's going to bash us. Really?
What I'm saying, Jamie, is you don't need to give up Dylan Carlson to get a deal for Stroman.
Who do you give up then, Anthony?
Nobody.
No, you give up nobody.
Stroman's he's got a player. He's got a player option. Opt out. Sign him.
What if he wants to opt in? You can't talk to him before he opts out.
I understand that. Then fine. Then pitch for the Cubs for another year. I'll talk to you in 2 years.
See, that doesn't make any sense. You need pitching now.
How bad do you want to be a Cardinal? Opt out of your deal.
You can't even tell him that, Anthony.
What I'm saying, okay, but I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up a 24-year-old outfielder.
What are you giving up then?
To get Stroman for a potential year?
What would be your trade in that scenario?
I wouldn't. But this is what I'm saying. I would not trade anything for an opportunity to get Stroman. I'll just wait to the offseason
or next
to see if he opts out.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
It makes way more sense than what you're saying.
Nope.
Anthony, quit picking on Jamie.
Seriously.
Well, Janet, I have to when he comes up with this idea.
At least I'm trying, okay? The way you're talking is like, oh, well, we'll just rely upon the birds on the bat. How has that worked in other times? I'm trying here.
Well.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't, Mo.
You kidding me?
Anthony.
Corey Dickerson came here?
Yeah, keep going.
Verhagen came here?
There you go. Yeah.
Contreras came here?
Mm-hmm.
These guys were dying to be Cardinals. They know about the free zoo. Mm-hmm. They know about the City Museum. The toasted ravs on the hill.
I'm disgusted with you.
They love it.
I want the Cardinals to be good.
Yeah, so do I, Jamie.
I don't think
let's not get crazy.
You just talk about 3 years from now.
Let's not get crazy.
Mo won't even be here in 3 years.
Okay, well then we'll try them. If you're just joining us and you haven't heard, there's been multiple differing reports by Cardinals beat writers about Jack Flaherty. Derek Gould saying that discussions that did take place with Jack Flaherty happened in spring training, but there's been no talks between the Cardinals and Jack Flaherty since. John Denton of MLB.com tweeted out earlier that actually wrote an article about it, that Flaherty might not be gone because the Cardinals are interested in signing him. Jamie and I led up the show today talking about how I don't buy that the Cardinals are not going to trade Flaherty at all. And at one point, too, there was some discussion. I was listening to the opening drive. I don't know if this came from Flaherty, his camp, or if it's just flat-out scuttlebutt. I'm pretty sure it was just kind of just the rumor circulating. But there was some talk about Flaherty wanting to be paid like an ace. If that's the case, then see ya. I don't know how you feel, Jamie, but if you're gonna get ace money, you better be an ace.
Yeah, no, you can't get ace money.
Just my thought.
You can't do that. You can't go charging Lamborghini prices for a car of lesser value.
Right.
I won't mention the car of lesser value because it's to each their own what you consider. But I know that everybody listening considers Lamborghini to be maybe a useless vehicle for some, but it sure is expensive. Mm-hmm. You're paying for that.
Right. And
if you're not driving Lamborghini, you can't get paid like that.
Right.
Jack Flaherty is not a Lamborghini.
No, thank you. Okay, so within the last 10 minutes or so, the entire landscape in the AFC may have just shifted. We'll tell you about the injury that just occurred for one of the AFC teams, and it is a big one. That's next on 101 ESPN. So the entire landscape in the AFC may have just shifted. Now, despite the hyperbolic statement that I just issued, Jamie, we don't know all of the details. But Joe Burrow was just carted off the field at Bengals training camp.
So it was no pads. Looks like they're doing some scrimmage.
7-on-7.
7-on-7. No pads, helmets only. And Joe Burrow kind of steps up in the pocket and kind of flares out to the right and then just pulls up. And he starts hopping on his left leg as his right leg. Something pulled, popped, not sure. He was wearing a black leg sleeve, so probably to keep it tight and add some heat in that area.
Yeah.
So it looks like he may have been nursing something to begin with or protecting something.
Mm-hmm.
And then he pauses and goes down until he's carted off. But I'm just hoping it's not that he blew out an Achilles tendon there.
Yes.
Because it looked a lot like he was running everything and then just pop.
Yep. Yeah, I'm hoping. I watched the video as well. Kelsey Conway on Twitter has the video. If it is just a calf injury, and hopefully that's all it is good. But as you just mentioned, Jamie, if it is an Achilles injury, it changes the dynamics in the AFC dramatically. I mean, let's just start off with the Chiefs are the team to beat again in that conference. Period. End of story. But the team that has given them a lot of trouble of late has been the Bengals. Not just in the AFC title game the last couple of years, but the Chiefs went to Cincinnati. I think it was last year or the year before, and the Bengals beat them in the regular season. Mm-hmm. So, it's been a situation where Cincinnati has held their own with Kansas City, but nonetheless, the Chiefs have earned the right as defending Super Bowl champions to be the team to beat in the AFC. And with Mahomes and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce, that's exactly what they are. But you look at the AFC North, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
It opens up the door. If, again, this is a serious injury to Joe Burrow, it opens up the door for, in my opinion, the Ravens to smash through. Because Baltimore has had a good roster. It has been Lamar and whether or not the Ravens can get Lamar to stay healthy and also now under contract. The other big thing with the Ravens, Jamie, is that they moved on from Greg Roman as their offensive coordinator, and they hired Todd Monken to come in and actually design an offense that will not only revolve around Lamar, but enhance Lamar from a creative standpoint. In others, I think the Baltimore Ravens are going to be very good this year, and I thought that before what we're watching right now, which, again, Joe Burrow being carted off the practice field today. Zach Taylor, that coach, says that Burrow strained his calf. So I hope that's all it is. I really do, because I love watching Joe Burrow play.
Well, I hate, he's overcome major injury already in his young career, and he's such a dominant player. I don't like to see injuries like that. So hopefully it is just a strained calf.
I will say this, though. I don't know how many times they bring out the cart unless it's a serious injury.
I couldn't agree more. But how do you get him off the field then? Do you want him to walk it off? I'd rather have my most prized possession.
I mean, it's a strained calf, yeah.
I'd be like, hey, dude, I know you can walk off, but we're going to just put you on the cart.
Right. Well, hopefully it's not a big deal. In other NFL news, Jim Irsay, the owner for the Colts, had an interesting tweet last night.
Oh, no, not him again.
Yeah, about the NFL running back situation. He says, we have negotiated a CBA that took years of effort and hard work and compromise in good faith by both sides. To say now that a specific player category wants another negotiation after the fact is inappropriate. Some agents are selling bad faith. That's what Jim Irsay, the Colts owner, had to say.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. This was collectively bargained. It is what it is.
He's also trying to get ahead of it because he knows he's got a running back that, while had a down year last year, Jonathan Taylor could be the next guy to get or command a big deal.
I'm not disputing that, Anthony, but from a business standpoint, if you're doing business alone and nothing else, he's correct. You collectively bargained this. This is the deal that you guys wanted. This is the deal you agreed to, and I apologize. It's terrible, but too bad, so sad. It's not right, but it's not wrong. Because you can't just pick a side and decide that, the collective bargaining agreement sucks because this group of people didn't get taken care of.
Yeah.
But then on the other side, the flip side, where they've changed things and accommodated and moved things around so that it accommodates the masses, you can't agree to the whole thing, hate one aspect and like the other. It's hypocritical. So I understand that nobody's happy with any CBA, all the elements, for sure. But as a group, you signed off on this.
Right.
So either the running backs didn't stand up for themselves in that moment, or the group collectively just decided that they didn't matter that much.
I think that's what's
happened.
I
know, but either way.
I think that's exactly what has happened. I think if you look over time, we just now saw running backs become prevalent again in the NFL draft. There was a time where you take a running back in the top 10, aside from Ezekiel Elliott, who did have a good run with the Cowboys up until the last year. You take a running back in the top 10, you're going to pay for it. Todd Gurley was, yes, he helped the Rams reach a Super Bowl, but he wasn't really available in the postseason. He wore down. It was never the same. He didn't get a second contract with the Rams. If you look at Trent Richardson, who was taken in the top 5 by the aforementioned Colts, similar to he never really panned out. If you take a pass rusher in the first round and they develop, you have a player that can impact the game from a standpoint of, look at Aaron Donald, who's not a defensive end, but he's a pass rusher, interior pass. I mean, you won a Super Bowl. Thanks to Aaron Donald. If you take an offensive lineman in the first round, they typically, they'll pan out, and you've got an edge protector for your quarterback. If you take even, I'm not a huge fan of just adding as many wide receivers as humanly possible, but whether it's Justin Jefferson this year or Stephon Diggs from a while ago or Julio Jones dating back to 2011, I mean, you've got guys that can make big impacts. Running backs, you can find guys in the middle rounds. You can find guys that are undrafted. As long as they fit your scheme and your head coach knows what he's doing from a run scheme standpoint, you're going to be okay. Speaking of running backs, Dalvin Cook is reportedly flying today to New York to visit with the Jets this weekend. This seems like it's kind of destined. I thought maybe he'd be a Dolphin. He's from Florida, played at Florida State. I thought maybe Dalvin Cook would be a perfect fit for the Dolphins, and the Dolphins are kind of going for it. They made the deals for Jalen Ramsey and last year for Bradley Chubb. They've been aggressive in adding talent, whether it's free agent or in trades, that can impact the roster right away. So I kind of thought Dalvin Cook would be a perfect fit there, but maybe he will be a Jet. So speaking of the Jets here, and I'm trying to pull this up. I've been trying to do this while we were talking, Anthony. I can't find it. It was everywhere earlier posted, but Sean Payton had some choice things to say about Nathaniel Hackett. Yeah, we're going to get into that a little bit later. It was great. Yeah. So it was. I mean, he pulled no punches. Oh, it was fantastic. It just yeah, he grilled them. Yeah. So I can't wait to get into that. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. So we'll get into that a little bit later on. It's a fast lane on 101 at ESPN. I do believe we need a new Gauntlet contestant. So we do. If you want to participate in the Gauntlet, you can text it into the Air Comfort Service text line. Just text the word Gauntlet, and you might have a chance to take on either Jamie or myself today. It's a fast lane on 101 at ESPN. We also have our Sports Six-Pack at the bottom of the hour. So if you want to text in some questions for the Sports Six-Pack, you can do that as well. But, Jamie, you had mentioned something about a month ago in acquiring a player at the deadline that would make a lot of sense, both on and off the field. We're going to talk about it next on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for Sports Center Update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cards win over the D-backs yesterday by a final score of 11-7. Jack Flaherty went 5 innings, gave up 8 hits, 3 earned runs. He walked 2 and struck out 4. The Cardinals will take on the Cubs at home tonight. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Redbirds. First pitch is at 6:45. Also tonight at City Park, the League Cup group stage continues as City SC welcomes Club America, 9 o'clock start time. If you missed anything from today's show, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or check out the 101 mobile app. You can find our full show there. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. This Sports Center Update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Jamie, you had mentioned a player's name a month ago, and I thought it was a great idea. You had said, hey, why don't the Cardinals go out and get Shohei Ohtani? And I thought, hey, why not? But as Marsh accurately predicted yesterday, Shohei Ohtani is not going anywhere. Now, I don't think Marsh actually predicted it, but
I think he willed it into reality.
He basically manifested the situation.
I agree.
Yeah, by what he said yesterday. So nice job there, Marshy.
Thank you. I think because you laughed at me the entire time, that's why the Angels, they heard the show, they said, wow, we need to pick him up. Let's not trade him.
They're Angels, right? They came to your rescue, Marsh.
Absolutely.
That's what they do. Yeah.
Absolutely.
We're calling that. Anyways, Jamie, you had mentioned somebody a month ago that from the Cardinals' perspective, even though they're sellers, they should kind of do both. They're going to sell off. I heard Kerry Davis and the crew for the opening drive. They were talking about, and Kerry, I know what Kerry was saying, but they were talking to Amsinger today, and Kerry said, I know it's weird. They're looking for pitching and they're going to trade pitching, but really what you're doing is you're trading not cost control pitching for cost control pitching. It's not pitching for pitching, if that makes sense.
Yep.
But the Cardinals, I think, can be buyers and sellers at the deadline. And the name you threw out there was Joe Kelly. And the White Sox just traded Lucas Giolito. And now they're about to likely trade off some of the other assets they have, including Joe Kelly. Now, the Dodgers reportedly want to they had him at one point. They want the reunion with Joe Kelly, too. So you're going to have some other bidders. But, Jamie, the more I think about Joe Kelly and the Cardinals, the more I love it.
I love it.
He's got an option. He's got a team option for next year, so he's essentially cost controlled. You get him for the rest of this year and next year. But what better guy than Joe Kelly to bring in from an on-field standpoint and an off-field standpoint, knowing what he brings into your locker room, well-liked, funny guy, pitches with an edge.
A little bit out there.
Absolutely. Which I think you need in this clubhouse right now.
Yeah.
In the midst of you trying to rebuild your bullpen. You had brought that up, and the more I see Joe Kelly's name being brought up in trade rumors, the more I like it.
I don't see why you don't. Joe Kelly loved being a Cardinal, too. He speaks very fondly of his time here with the Cardinals. He's a good dude. You listen to any interview that he has out there, it's funny. He's lighthearted, but when he steps on the rubber, the guy's an assassin.
Yeah.
Like, literally. He'll strike you out or hit you between the eyes. I'm not sure.
Right.
And they'll both be on purpose.
Yep.
And so I like that. And I like the fact that he's such a good dude in the clubhouse and that he'll be there to help some of these rookies through some of the younger guys. Never mind the rookies, the younger guys.
Inexperienced. Sure.
Inexperienced guys through some of these situations. I don't see any reason why you don't at least make a really good effort for Joe Kelly.
Yeah.
There's no reason.
Again, you're trying to rebuild your bullpen, too. It's not just the starters. We had the figures yesterday. We talked about the figures yesterday about the Cardinals bullpen this year. I don't think it's just the bullpen. I think it's the entire pitching staff because you got to be able to lean on one another. Even though it's a day and age where you don't want to go 3 times through an order, you still need starters that are consistent. And the Cardinal starters were not consistent in April. They were not consistent in May. And that has an impact on your bullpen. You can't be 5 and dive, okay. But were they even doing 5 and dive early on? No.
So you and dive.
Really, seriously.
I know.
So your bullpen was fractured early on. It got gassed out, injured, and then all the blown saves happened. But what better way again than to rebuild your bullpen than with a piece like Joe Kelly?
I agree, and I had originally said Lance Lynn as well, but boy, oh boy, you see Lance Lynn?
7 runs yesterday.
No, see his no trade list.
Oh, yeah, no Cardinals.
Cardinals are on the no trade list.
It doesn't surprise me.
It does surprise me a little bit.
I don't think
I guess maybe his beef was with Mo.
I think his beef was with Mo.
Yeah.
I don't have any inside knowledge on this.
I was surprised. I thought, okay, it's just it's just the way he carries himself. It's just the way he kind of handles the media, that he's a little standoffish and whatnot. And it is for the most part, but I thought, okay, he'd come back to the Cardinals. Like, what was it, Matheny that had him?
Yes.
Matheny's gone.
Tony and then Matheny.
They're both gone. If there was beef there, but apparently the beef is higher up the food chain, and because he's like, nah, as of right now, he has the Cardinals on the no trade. Could that change? Yeah, he could always, take that off of there. And who knows when he submitted the no trade?
True.
But I would have listened to both of those guys. If you're buy some guys that change the dynamic in your clubhouse. Those two guys do.
Yeah.
I know Lance Lynn's throwing underhand here a little bit.
Yeah. I get the clubhouse. I like the edge, but
he was a good pitcher last year.
Not really. I think Lance Lynn has struggled for a while now.
All right.
I think
I'll take your word for it, Anthony.
He's been good in spurts.
I'm blinded. I'll admit this. I'm blinded by the fact that I like his attitude.
You're not alone.
I'm blinded by it. And I like that he's that guy with a little bit of sandpaper.
Yeah.
And if the stats don't back up what I'm talking about, then don't get him. I'm fine with that.
You and I can both agree that's needed. The sandpaper is needed within the clubhouse.
And maybe that's why we just go back to Lance Lynn all the time, is because we're like, we need that. It's because we know that. There's got to be other guys out there that we don't know that are just like that.
He was a little better last year than he has been this year. But his last really successful year, I think, was quite 3 years ago. Regardless, it's kind of like we talked about with Lars Nootbaar, Jamie. You can have that spark, but if you're losing, it doesn't really matter. You could be that spark plug guy, but if you're losing, it's irrelevant. If you could have that sandpaper, but if you got a 7 ERA, it's not going to matter. Now, if you add a Lance Lynn to the back end of your bullpen after making significant moves at the other 3 opening spots or 2 opening spots, you can talk me into that a little bit, but I think there's probably going to be better one-year options out there. And apparently the Rays are interested in adding Lance Lynn. He's going to go somewhere.
Well, and apparently a lot of the text line thinks that it's a leverage move by Lance Lynn, that he put all the best teams on his no-trade list for leverage so that he could control where he goes.
That we have seen other players do that too. I think that's interesting, but
I don't know if it pertains here, but certainly makes sense.
The rest of the it's been kind of quiet over the last, couple of hours here. The trade, there really isn't anything. Last night we saw a flurry of things happen with Shohei Ohtani and the Angels deciding that they're not going to trade Shohei Ohtani. Then doubled down by acquiring Lucas Giolito and Ronaldo Lopez, another pitcher from the White Sox. Gave up the top player in their farm system. Now, the Angels farm system, I don't think, is robust. It's not like the top farm. It's not like the Angels' top prospect is the Rays' top prospect or the Orioles' top prospect. But nonetheless, they paid a pretty good price to get Giolito, and then they're going to have Ohtani and Giolito one too. I don't know. Maybe they can make a run. But as you and I discussed earlier, Jamie, I think it's a massive misstep by the Angels. I think they had to trade him and then absolutely load up at the deadline and retool this thing.
He could be a player in the history of baseball, he could be one player that nets you the most in return. And I understand he's a rental.
Yeah.
But so let's even categorize it as that. For a rental player, he might be the one guy that gets you the most that any team has ever gotten for a rental.
Yeah.
That's what the Angels need. The Angels have 2 or 3 stars that don't get into the postseason every year.
Right.
They need to have a team to do anything.
Yep.
To be respected. Quite honestly, the Angels are kind of a laughing stock.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just because they go and they grab high-end talent. So they have Trout. They had Pujols. Then Albert no longer there, but then Ohtani was there.
Yep.
It's like they just don't get it.
Yeah, Harrison, the outfielder, Josh Hamilton. Yeah, Josh Hamilton. The Rangers pitcher, former pitcher, C.J. Wilson. I mean, they went out. You're right. They've gone out and they've acquired big-time talent. It's just nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
All right, it's Fast Line on 101 ESPN. We'll do our Sports Six-Pack next.
It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six-Pack is refreshed by Maggie O'Brien's, your go-to Irish pub in St. Louis for over 42 years.
It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. Time for our Sports Six-Pack. Our guy Andrew Marsh has got your questions via the Air Comfort Service text line.
Question number 1.
All right, guys, playing off of last segment, we were talking about Joe Kelly and Lance Lynn and whatnot from the 618. Why would a team that's giving up on the season add a reliever?
For next year. Joe Kelly's got a club option for next year.
Yeah.
So that's why.
And you got to improve your pitching staff.
Yes. It's an opportunity to improve your staff. It's everything is about 2024.
Yeah.
So
it has to be.
That's why. I understand the question. If you think to yourself, well, why would they add a reliever at the deadline if he's just going to become a free agent? But he's got a club option. Joe Kelly does for next season. So that is why you'd have him in your bullpen next year.
Question number 2.
From the 314, if there was one professional athlete, current athlete, that you could interview, which athlete would it be?
Wow. One athlete current. Let's see here. You know what? I think it'd be fun to interview Conor McGregor.
That'd be interesting.
I think that would be interesting. He, comes from a more than humble background, rolling around in the streets trying to get food and stealing things, and then he absolutely skyrockets up the charts with the UFC. Then he lands this boxing deal, the first UFC guy to headline a boxing match. Then he has some, out of cage incidents that happen and kind of derails him. And now he's got the Scotch whiskey that he puts out there. And I think there's so many different branches to this tree that you could have it. You could talk to him for an hour and a half, I bet you.
Yeah.
Because I want something interesting. I don't want to just interview like LeBron James. I don't want to interview Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods would be interesting if he's going to actually be honest.
Well, that was going to be where I was going to go with it, because I actually think LeBron would be interesting if you had a discussion with him that was almost like you have with a buddy. You got a really close friend that played at that level and wound up having the success that LeBron has had. I think he would be interesting. I would love to know what he really has felt about the whole Michael Jordan, the comparisons, and how there's a Michael Jordan supportive fan. The Michael Jordan's supporters are rabid. How does he feel about that? How does he feel about his decision to go to Miami? Would he do things differently? There's not a professional athlete right now that is as decorated as LeBron James.
Yeah.
Because Tom Brady is retired. Drew Brees is retired. I'm sure there's some hockey players that are very interesting, but not to the global level of LeBron. So if LeBron would be forthcoming with his answers, I think he would be somebody that I would love to interview.
Question number 3.
Sorry, I stepped on that. What about you, Marsh?
You're good. You're good. I think current athlete, I'd probably go like more with like a polarizing athlete, just because if this were to be, on the internet and whatnot, I feel like it'd get, a decent amount of views and whatnot. But Anthony, I'm sorry. I think I might have to go with Aaron Rodgers.
Why would you do that to me? Huh?
I just want to know more about the darkness and
he's going to be smug.
The Packers and the Jets. Of course he's going to be smug. That's the whole point.
So you would just sit down with him just so he could be smug to you? Give you nothing.
Would he, though? What if I made him feel more comfortable, The same feeling he had when he had 100 hands all over his body from his ancestors.
So you would line up a bunch of his ancestors just to have them put all their hands on him, and then you slip him a ayahuasca drink?
I wouldn't
to make
slip
him
him
feel
one.
comfortable?
He probably has his own.
All right. He would be interested. If he, again, under the same premise that he would be willing to talk, I think that, yeah. I would like to know what really happened in Green Bay, because I think there's so many similarities between Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. I think Brett Favre, and I've always maintained this, I think Brett Favre wanted out of Green Bay, but he didn't want to say it. He basically wanted the Packers to break up with him so that he wouldn't look bad to the fan base, which is why he continued to waffle back and forth the one off season about whether or not he was going to come back and play. And the Packers eventually had to make the decision because they're running out of time. They said, all right, we're going to go with Aaron Rodgers. And then Favre was like, wait, I want to play again. What, you don't want me? I think he always wanted to play for Minnesota. They ship him to the Jets. He circles back, winds up playing, with Vikings for 2 years. But I always think he wanted out of Green Bay. I think Aaron Rodgers wanted out of Green Bay, too. I think he wanted out of Green Bay as soon as the Packers drafted Jordan Love. And if Aaron Rodgers is going to be honest about some of that stuff, I think he would be an interesting interview too, Marsh.
Question number 3.
Speaking of football, and we talked about Joe Burrow earlier today. He was carted off the field during practice. And according to his head coach, Zach Taylor, he told reporters that Joe Burrow suffered a calf strain. We got a question from the 314. What NFL team has the most competent backup quarterback that could still win if the number 1 QB misses the season?
Oh, I think you got to go to the Dallas Cowboys, Marsh. I think you got to go to the Dallas Cowboys, Cooper Rush, and the pride of Central Michigan. You saw him take over, right?
I saw it, yeah. Some could say he should be the starting quarterback.
I mean,
by
the
some,
Cowboys,
I mean you.
Yeah, I mean, despite Dak Prescott coming back and then, making the playoffs and winning a playoff game, I think you can make an argument that the Coop show probably should have started the rest of the year. I'm joking. When you're looking at some of the depth charts here, you're talking about either young guys that have a little bit of promise or veterans that can at least hold their own if they were to take over, right? So if Tennessee goes with Will Levis, wouldn't Ryan Tannehill be one of the better backups if you're just talking about a backup quarterback? Mm-hmm. If Ryan Tannehill winds up starting, Will Levis, they drafted him. He's got a at least what they think is a bright future. So I would kind of go toward that route. Otherwise, I don't think there's a backup situation that you absolutely love. And I don't think there's somebody like Kurt Warner was for the 99 Rams that steps in and can win a Super Bowl for their team.
Anthony, I hate to say it, but the 636 makes a great point. What about Taylor Heineke and your Atlanta Falcons?
Well, Kakal is law. So if Desmond Ridder does falter, Taylor Heineke, yeah, he can step in and take the Falcons to the promised land and get Marsh to do the Waffle House Challenge. So, yeah, I like that.
I always feel like there was a huge opportunity missed with Taylor Heineke because, he was the Bud Light Seltzer guy, right? He's the one who crushed the Bud Light Seltzer. The moment I saw that, I think if I was Heineken, I would have
jumped on that
and be Taylor Heineken. That's his new name.
Yeah.
And now he's crushing Heinekens after wins.
All right. I like that.
I just feel like it was an opportunity that was missed, Anthony. That's all.
Actually, hey, Marsh.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase this, right?
Yeah.
Besides Cooper Rush,
yeah,
of course, pride of Central Michigan. What about the 49ers?
Oh, they have 3 quarterbacks.
So the question was who has the best backup quarterback situation in the NFL? I mean, wouldn't it be the 49ers? Brock Purdy stepped in last year as Mr. Irrelevant.
The Jets have Zach Wilson, though, Anthony.
And he's making every single day a living hell for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, he's really, really making the decision tough for the coach.
I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. So I'll be definitive. How about the 49ers? Because their backup is technically Trey Lance, and behind him is Sam Darnold. So I think they got the best backup situation in the league.
Question number 4.
We talked about some extraterrestrials yesterday.
Yes, we did.
From the 636, would you rather know all the secrets of the government or if aliens are real?
Well, wouldn't you find out?
Would be part of it. Wouldn't they go hand
that's
in
what
hand?
I think they would
too.
go hand in hand. So I would say all the secrets of the government, Jamie, because you get to find out who really shot JFK. You get to find out what's going on with Area 51. You get to find out
pretty much all the crap that we've heard about over the years.
Yeah,
Anthony.
anything. Right. So I'll go with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Pretty sure there's a documentary out. It's called National Treasure 2. There's a president's book.
It's a second documentary?
It's a second documentary, yeah, where they...
Interesting.
There was so much in the first one they spilled over to the second one.
Okay.
Exactly, part 2. There's a president's book that are full of secrets, apparently.
Really?
The Book of Secrets.
Book of Secrets.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they call it that.
Was it a good doc?
It was great.
I
yeah.
loved it.
In part one, the main character, his name's Ben. He actually steals the Declaration of Independence, and then in the second part, he actually kidnaps the president. It's crazy.
This is all true. Yeah.
Wow.
This guy's good.
Sounds like I watched a documentary one time. It was actually a series of documentaries on this guy that didn't know who he was, and he just effed up a lot of people.
What?
I think his documentary, I think his name was Jacob Bourne or something.
Yeah.
Justin Bourne.
Justin Bourne.
But
I think
the guy from the Marlins?
Yeah, same guy.
Yeah, because he doesn't really know who the hell he is, so now he's playing baseball.
Yeah. Where is Justin Bourne? Marsh, you pulled a really interesting name out of your hat there. Whatever happened to that guy? You're talking
I'm
about the
looking
first
it up
baseman?
right now. Well, Justin Bourne. I'm thinking of the first baseman. Justin Bourne's actually a hockey player. He played on the New York Islanders.
What was that guy's name for Miami? Bourne was spelled. It was kind of spelled
Michael Bourne.
differently.
There's Michael Bourne. But I'm thinking of the big bopper from Miami.
Right. Whatever happened to that dude? Boy, he disappeared.
Where are they now?
Yeah, it's the first time I heard that name in a while.
Oh, Justin Bohr was his name.
Justin Bohr.
Justin
there you
Bohr.
Go. Yeah. Where is he? He's playing in like Korea now or something?
I have no idea. It looks like his last
Cardinals are going to sign him.
His last appearance was in the KBO on September 21st of 2021 for the LG Twins.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
But his last appearance in Major League Baseball was for the team we previously mentioned in another segment, the Los Angeles Angels.
Okay. I vaguely remember that. All right, let's get to the Gauntlet here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter back with you here, joined by our good buddy Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. And Stewie, the Federal Reserve, man, there's always a lot of information that's going on when pertaining to the Federal Reserve. But what have they done here recently?
Jamie, they raise the interest rates again, and they're going to continue doing it. They're going to continue doing it. The economy's doing pretty well. Employment numbers are good. There's no reason for them to stop, so they're going to continue raising it. Now, that's not mortgage rates. That's credit card rates, home equity lines of credit. I saw a credit card rate at 33% this week. It's going up and up, and it's squeezing us. You know, if you can't make your payments, you're not getting 30% raises on your employment salary, or maybe you guys are. I'm not getting 30% raises.
No.
You guys getting 30%? No.
No.
So what do you got to do? If you're getting into the situation, you have debt, it's going to get worse. consolidate the debt, get a fixed-rate mortgage, get your cash flow back on track. When rates drop down, you refinance again.
That's just some of the advice that you're going to get from our guy, Stewie. He's on top of what's going on with the Federal Reserve, what's going on with rates, how that could impact you. And he's got ways to, even in times like this, to help you save money over the course of your loan, or if you're purchasing a home, how you can save money up front and close in less than 2 weeks. So give him a call right now or shoot him a text. You could do either because he gives out his personal cell phone number, which is 314-324-4440.
Again, that's 314-324-4440.
Or if you miss that number, Jamie, you can always
Google the Bagalow.
Stewie, keep up the great work.
Have a good one, guys.
NMLS number 226715.
Where St. Louis gets its sports. WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, 101 ESPN. Warriors, 4 categories, 1 challenger. Can you master the gauntlet?
Brought to you by Master, your hometown source for business communications for more than 30 years. Visit masstour.com.
Time for the Gauntlet in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN, where it is 4:04. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler with Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. Our guy Andrew Marsh is back in our studios today, and we've got Rex on the line to play the Gauntlet. What's up, Rex?
Hey, what's up, boys? Good to be here.
Well, we appreciate you playing today. Is it the first time in the Gauntlet for you?
Yeah, it's my first time, so a lot of pressure. A lot of my whole family's listening, boys.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
You'll be great. You will. You'll be absolutely great.
Thank goodness you don't have to pick Marshy, because Marshy takes all the good people and just stomps on their souls in this game.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I need this win big time. So.
Oh, boy. No pressure now.
All right. So are you taking on Jamie Rivers or myself today, Rex?
Oh, I can't take Marsh?
No, only because Marsh is back in the studio and we'll have no idea
what the questions are.
Yeah, what the questions are and all that.
We don't have the launch codes here.
Yeah, he's orchestrating stuff.
Well, I guess I'll go with Stalter. Nothing personal.
Okay, hey, no, that's fine. Are you good at hockey? Because I always get hockey.
Yeah, well, I'm not good at hockey, so that's why I don't want to pick Jamie. So.
Okay. Well,
but I'm a pretty well-rounded guy. 5-tool athlete for sure.
There you go. It sounds good. All right, Rex. Good luck to you, man.
I love it. All right, Anthony's going to make his way out of the studio into the concourse here. Let's see here. What we're going to do quickly is we'll have you tell Marshy to spin the wheel so that Marshy can then go give me the launch codes. So, Rex, tell Marshy to spin that wheel.
Hey, Marshy, spin that wheel.
All right, Rex, we know you don't want hockey, but what category do you want today?
Well, my least favorite's random, honestly. You guys don't. If it was history questions in there, I'd love it, but it's like animals. It's more like an animal trivia.
I know. We're silly. I'm sorry about that, Rex.
We have the questions. We have the category.
Come on.
You said you did not want hockey, and I know for a fact Anthony doesn't want hockey, and you both are getting baseball today.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I'm sending Jamie the launch codes as well.
All right. So, Rex, here's how it's going to work. I'm sure you understand this, but if someone's just listening for the first time, I got them, Marshy. Thank you. That each question is going to be worth 2 points. If you use the options and answer that question correctly, it's only worth 1 point. And of course, if you get it wrong, man, you just get it wrong. 0 points. Rex, are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, baseball is the category. Question 1. Who leads the Cardinals in doubles this season?
I'll take the option.
All right. Is it Paul Goldschmidt, Wilson Contreras, or Nolan Arenado?
Those two of those guys can't run very well, so I'm going to go with Goldschmidt.
All right, Goldie it is. Final answer?
Yeah, that's my final answer.
All right, thank you.
Question number 2, Rex. Which team in Major League Baseball has hit the most home runs this season?
Let me think. There's some. What are the homer parts? Yankees aren't. I'm thinking Phillies, but Harper's been injured. Give me the option.
Options are the Atlanta Braves, the Texas Rangers, or the Los Angeles Dodgers.
It's the Braves.
Final answer?
Yeah, that's final answer. Why you got to make me second guess myself?
Well, we just want to make sure that you're serious here.
That's my final. That's my final. Yeah, I'm serious.
Okay, buddy. Question 3. When the Cardinals traded Matt Adams to the Braves in 2017, which current Cardinal did they get in return?
2017. Current Cardinal. It's not Gallegos because we traded Lee Voigt for that guy. Let me think. Gosh, this is a tough one. I'll take the options.
Okay, Rex. Was it Juan Yepez, Tyler O'Neill, or Giovanni Gallegos?
What was the first one?
Juan Yepez.
Juan Yepez.
Final answer?
Final answer.
All right, buddy.
Question number 4. What year was the last time the World Series was not played due to a player's strike?
Strike. Oh, man. No, it's either 94 or 95 or 96. I think. What year was the home run chase that brought baseball back? That was 90. Gosh. Do I get any lifelines? Can I call a friend?
No, but you can get the options.
Good. Okay. No, I'm going to go with strike of 95. That's a strike of 96. Which one has more ring to it? I'll go with 95.
Final answer?
I got to shoot.
Okay.
Stalter's going to know that one.
We're going to drag Anthony back in here. He was out in the concourse running for mayor, apparently. His little tickets that say vote Stalter. Don't know what the heck he's running for, but anyways, welcome back, Anthony. Hey, turn your mic on there.
Hey, thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so Anthony, you ready to go?
Yes.
You better pack a lunch.
Okay.
Okay, category, baseball.
All right.
Question number 1. Who currently leads the Cardinals in doubles this season?
Who currently leads the Cardinals in doubles?
Correct.
I feel like Wilson Contreras has a ton of doubles, but I don't know if he leads them, Jamie. Goldschmidt would be a good thought there. I'm not going to ask for the options. You know what, Jamie? You always teach me go with my gut. I'm going to go with Wilson Contreras. Final answer.
Question number 2. Which team in Major League Baseball has hit the most home runs this season?
Ooh. It was the Rays for a while. I don't know if they still. They have struggled big time of late. I know the Dodgers were up there. The Braves have got to be up there. I'm going to go with the Braves. Final answer.
All right, Anthony. Question number 3. And I've just lost. Ready? There we go. I've got it back. Question number 3. When the Cardinals traded Matt Adams to the Braves in 2017, which current Cardinal did they get in return?
Juan Yepez. Final answer.
Question number 4. What year was the last time the World Series was not played due to a player's strike?
That would be 1994. Final answer.
Okay, let's go over these. Let's start at question number 3. When the Cardinals traded Matt Adams to the Braves in 2017, which current Cardinal did they get in return? Rex, you said Juan Yepez. Anthony, you said Juan Yepez. Answer is?
It's Juan Yepez.
Anthony didn't need the options, though. 2-1 Anthony after one question. Next question here. Who currently leads the Cardinals in doubles this season? Rex, you said Paul Goldschmidt. Anthony, you said Wilson Contreras. Answer is?
Wilson Contreras.
Wilson Contreras. So, after 2 questions, it is 4-1. Anthony, let's go to question 2. Which team in Major League Baseball has hit the most home runs this season? Rex, you said the Braves. Anthony, you said the Braves. Answer is?
It's the Atlanta Braves.
But Anthony did not need the options.
Wow.
Anthony up 6-2 going to the final question. We know how this one's going to end, but let's play it out here.
Double points here.
What year was the last time? What year was the last time the World Series was not played due to a player's strike? Rex, you bounced around all over the place with this. You're trying to find out which one had the best ring to it. And you settled on 1995. The strike of 95. Anthony, you said 1994. Answer is?
Probably don't want those double points. It's 1994.
1994. Rex?
You have chosen poorly.
You lose.
Anthony got you 8-2. Anthony ran the table today. Boy, he must have ate his Wheaties, Rex.
I know. I was talking a bunch of smack on him to my friends.
Sorry, Rex. Hey, anybody listening, for Rex, I got lucky. I got lucky too.
Yeah, you ran to the table. That was lucky.
Yeah, the clean sweep. I don't know if I call that lucky. Don't insult my friend Rex.
Okay, sounds good. Rex, thanks for playing. Thanks for listening, man. I hope you have another opportunity.
Yeah, me too.
Man, we'll see you.
Have a good one.
You too. Thanks.
His feelings are hurt.
Anthony, what the hell?
I don't think.
Did you hear his voice at the end, Marshy?
I did. You guys were giving me crap yesterday. Anthony turns around and just absolutely obliterates the listener 8-2.
He did. Well, if you know, did you not know you had it already?
I actually did. I didn't. Well, the first question, I give all the credit to you, Jamie, because I almost talked myself into Goldie, and then I said, Jamie's always said, go with the gut. And I just felt that Wilson Contreras, I feel like he's got, I don't know how, you guys have the answer.
Yeah, he's 22 doubles.
I feel like he's got, all of his
Goldie's got 21.
Oh, okay.
So it was a tight race there.
Yeah. So the first question, I give a lot of credit to you, Jamie. And then the other questions, the Braves, that was just a guess. The other two, I felt good.
Yeah. It's,
the other two I knew.
Anthony, it's good, clean living that's doing this for you. You're getting up early. You're eating properly. You're taking your vitamins, saying your prayers. You're working out. It's making a big difference.
Anthony's up 8-2 on the day.
I am. He is.
Yeah,
You're right,
good
Andrew.
Call.
He's totally up today.
I don't know what the two losses might have been, but hey, who cares?
Either way, who cares? Yeah. All right, so that's the Gauntlet.
Amazing what that mentality does for you, Anthony.
Well, it locks you in mentally and physically. Your soul.
Yeah.
I feel like my soul is good.
Well, you're more confident, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, go see them, by the way, or visit them at lowtusa.com.
All right, what in God's name are the Angels thinking? This next on 101 ESPN.
Honestly, I'd like to see him stay with the Angels and then go on a run and make the wild card. If that's an option.
That was terrible.
You want to see him stay with the Angels?
What a bad answer. Anthony is beside himself right now.
Well. As we listen to the audio from yesterday, it seems like I wasn't the only one that was absolutely bagging on our guy Andrew Marsh for saying that the Angels should just keep Shohei Ohtani.
I was referring to something that was said before that.
Were you?
Aftershock. Yeah, Anthony. I thought it was genius, to be honest.
It honestly was a pretty boring answer overall. Turns out. Turns out it was also the correct answer, Marsh. So congratulations on that. Marshy calls it.
Mm-hmm.
As I think it was Tom Verducci had the report last night that the Angels will keep Shohei Ohtani and be buyers at the deadline. And buyers they are, as they traded for Lucas Giolito of the White Sox and Ronaldo Lopez as well. So the Angels are buying. Jamie, do they
need a shortstop?
No.
Do they need an outfielder? Because if they're like, come on, man. Mike Trout's hurt.
Yeah, but they got Moniak and they got Ward. They could
need three
use,
guys.
Yeah, they could use it. They could use an outfielder.
We got a couple of those laying around.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's make a deal.
Problem is they don't really have anything.
I was about to say their farm system sucks. I don't think we want that. No. What are they doing, Jamie?
I have no idea, dude. This is the weirdest pivot ever. That you're rolling the dice without one of your superstars because he's hurt, and the other one you may not have next year. So you're mortgaging everything for complete uncertainty. I don't like it, Anthony.
No.
I don't like it's like, you know how that game Russian roulette?
Yes.
Right? One, I don't advise anybody ever do that. I've never actually seen it. I've seen it in movies.
Yeah.
It's where you'd have the 6-shooter, and you leave all of the chambers empty except for one. You spin it, and you pull the trigger, and you hope that, it's not the one. The Angels are playing it where they only have one empty slot, and they filled it. They filled the rest. Like, what are we doing here?
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we kind of know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
The outlier is that maybe there's a slim chance they do something in the play or may make the playoffs.
Yeah, right. Because they're not even in position right now to really make a deep run in the postseason.
It makes no sense at all.
No, it doesn't. I mean, the only way this works is if they win the World Series this year. Because then it doesn't matter. You win a World Series, great. You're set. You either win a World Series or you bring him back.
Yeah.
Like, this is the move. You make the playoffs. He helps you make the playoffs. Maybe you go on a little bit of a run. Even if you don't win the World Series, Shohei says, hey, you know what? I like your loyalty, Halos.
I like your insanity.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys are just crazy. You guys are just crazy enough to make this work. I'll stay. Other than that, it will be one of the biggest disasters in MLB history if the Angels do not bring Shohei Ohtani back and get nothing but draft pick compensation for him.
So, before I would have announced that I'm not trading Ohtani, I think I would have really wanted to lock him up. Like in a room so that he can't leave ever. No, lock him up with a long-term
Jamie,
deal.
that's illegal.
It is. You're right. Very illegal and highly frowned upon, by the way. But in all seriousness, like, lock him into a contract. Like, what the hell? I don't get it. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen from a pro sports front office.
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to reiterate, if you're just tuning in now, like the Angels are, alluding or saying that they're keeping Ohtani for a playoff run. They're going to go buy.
Right.
Now, they're buying guys that are all expiring, too.
Yes.
Giolito's gone.
Agent, right.
Ohtani, they're keeping him. He's gone. Mike Trout is still injured. Supposed to be back sometime in September, and who knows? Like, none of this makes sense at all.
Jamie, they're 3.5 games out of the wild card right now. Out of the wild card.
But even if they make the wild card, Anthony, and they lose in the first round, they get nothing. The only way this works is if you win the World Series.
Yes.
And then you're still going to be dog crap for the next 4 or 5 years, maybe even longer, but at least you have a World Series.
Yeah, absolutely. That buys you a lot of time. You could get into the wild card and lose to the Rays. You could lose to the Astros. You could lose to the Blue Jays, depending on how this all shakes out. So, again, I don't understand it. All right. We have got to get into this. I just saw this.
I saw it, too. I was wondering how long this is going to take you. Let's go, baby.
There is a massive trade rumor involving a superstar player, and he happens to play for your Cardinals. We'll tell you what the latest rumor is next on 101 ESPN.
Taylor Motter, headed up.
Nope.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals defeated the Diamondbacks yesterday by a final score of 11-7. Jack Flaherty, in what could be his final start as a Cardinal, went 5 innings, gave up 8 hits, 3 earned runs, walked 2, and struck out 4. Tonight, the Cards invite the Cubs to Busch Stadium as Miles Michaelis takes the mound. 6:45 first pitch. Also tonight at City Park, the League Cup group stage continues as City SC will take on Club America, 9 o'clock start. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Blues Talk 101.
Not coming back. Tape measure job. Long home run for Arenado. He is hotter than the Arizona desert this month for the Cardinals. It's a 5-2 game.
Chip Carey on the call, Bally Sports Midwest. Nolan Arenado. The reason why we're playing a Nolan Arenado cut is because there is a massive rumor going around right now because of the LA Times and Jorge Castillo, who is reporting that the Dodgers have engaged in talks with the Cardinals for Nolan Arenado. Again,
does he say they've talked?
The Dodgers have engaged the Cardinals in trade talks for Nolan Arenado, reports Jorge Castillo of the Los Angeles Times.
So let's clarify, though. You can interpret that any way you want. You can interpret that as, hey, the Cardinals and the Dodgers are in talks about trading Arenado, or you can interpret it to where the Dodgers have called the Cardinals to check on the availability of Nolan Arenado, to which John Mozeliak could have hung up the phone immediately.
Right.
But nonetheless, the Dodgers have contacted them.
For weeks, the Dodgers have hinted they would not remain idle before Tuesday's trade deadlines. Team officials acknowledged the roster had holes, and they acknowledged they would attempt to fill them. Manager Dave Roberts predicted at least adding floor raisers, writes Jorge Castillo of the LA Times. This week, in the span of 2 days, the efforts have produced Kike Hernandez and Ahmad Rosario, but the Dodgers might not be done altering their position player group. There's someone else out there that they covet, someone who wouldn't just raise the floor. His name is Nolan Arenado. The Dodgers have engaged in talks with the St. Louis Cardinals to acquire 8-time All-Star third baseman, according to people with knowledge of the situation, but who are not authorized to speak publicly. The Cardinals could also send a starting pitcher, Jack Flaherty or Jordan Montgomery, to Los Angeles for a package of major leaguers and prospects. The Cardinals would want young pitching in a deal. They have eyed Bobby Miller, Gavin Stone, Ryan Pepoit?
No idea.
Emmett Sheehan in talks, according to people with knowledge of the situation. Trade would also likely include the Dodgers sending Max Muncy or Chris Taylor, if not both, to St. Louis. Okay, so these are just rumors, right? But let's have the conversation, Jamie.
I'd rather not.
If the Cardinals, you're going to have it. If the Cardinals were to get, I don't know, 2 major league pitchers in the deal, or at least guys that would immediately step into the rotation after the deadline, and Max Muncy, would you do it?
No. I wouldn't. Guys like Nolan Arenado don't come along every day. They don't. They're franchise-changing players. And I understand that the Cardinals are out of the playoffs right now. And, how good is he if he can't get them? He is only one guy, but I don't know. I mean, how do you justify making that trade?
You need pitching?
Yeah, but who? Who are we getting?
You need pitching and you like your offense?
But who are we getting? If we're not getting their number one, then forget it. This is one of the greatest third basemen baseball's ever seen.
You're getting you could get 3 starters out of it and Max Muncy.
Well, no, you're making that up.
I just read the report.
They said 2 starters.
No, I said 2 initially.
Okay, and they're saying 3 now?
Well,
Well, who are they giving us? Because they don't have pitching to begin with, Anthony.
They have young pitching. They have the names. They have eyed. The Cardinals have eyed Bobby Miller, Gavin Stone, Ryan Pepoit, and Emmett Sheehan in talks, according to people with knowledge of the situation. So he lists 4 pitchers. I don't think he would mean the Cardinals would get all 4. And then he says that the Cardinals the Dodgers would also include sending Max Muncy or Chris Taylor, if not both. Well, I don't think you need both. Like, give me Muncy. I don't want Chris Taylor.
What scares me about what this is, I thought this just was a bunch of hot air. A guy out in L.A. just trying to generate a trade for the Dodgers because this is what they do, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing factual anywhere in this article except for the fact that he has been told through sources that the Dodgers have contacted the Cardinals.
And the Dodgers have coveted Arenado for years.
Big deal. I covet a lot of things in life for years. Doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
You get most of it, though.
Yeah, well, either way. So I don't like it. These articles are somewhat clickbait, and it does start the conversation. But what scares me about this is that Max Muncy's exactly the player right now the Cardinals would add. They put him first base, second base, third base, outfield. Oh, we got another guy who gives us flexibility.
I thought you were going to say something else.
What?
You said who gives and then you said flexibility.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were going with another
I know, we don't even have the dump button
and
here.
And not fluid.
Solely relying on Marshy. That's scary. No offense, Marshy. Yeah.
But, Jamie, this is the LA Times.
Stop paying attention.
Yeah, there you go.
Good.
This is
so what? The LA Times doesn't matter. The New York Post, the LA Times, it doesn't matter.
What I'm saying is Marsh. Remember when Marsh freaked out because it was like, the boysinblue.rants.com, they threw out a trade and Marsh flipped his lid. At least this is the LA Times.
Yeah, but this guy's doing nothing but speculation.
Maybe he's not.
Okay, but maybe he is. That's the problem with these articles. There's no real meat to it. The only meat is that, the Dodgers like Arenado, and we heard that they may have called the Cardinals.
What would it take for you to deal Arenado, who does have a no-trade clause, but, grew up a Dodgers fan? I would imagine he would waive the no-trade clause to go to the Dodgers. What would it take for you? You don't have to list names, so just the idea. What would it take for you to say, okay, I'm on board?
I don't know.
Let's have fun, Jamie. Come on.
It would take a lot. I mean, it would take 3 bona fide starters in Max Muncy. It would. But it's not like 3, I hope, starters.
Yeah.
It would have to be 3
sure guys that would go into your rotation post-deadline.
They could be tiered. It could be like a potential 1 or 2, then a 3 and a 4. Like, they could be tiered like that. I'm fine. Doesn't have to be 3 rock-solid number 2s. Mm-hmm. Although, sometimes that's good. But
not always.
Sometimes. But
that one got Marshy.
It did. Good.
I had to think about it for a second.
I don't know. That would be it. What about you? You're the guy here that's like, I don't care. Blow it up.
I would not trade Arenado. And if you're willing to trade Arenado, why not Goldschmidt?
No, you have to trade them both.
I mean, why would you trade the 32-year-old who's cost controlled compared to Paul Goldschmidt, who has 1 year left on his deal and who's 36? That would make no sense to me.
The only
you could still get pitching for Goldschmidt, and you would free up a spot for Jordan Walker.
Yeah, or Gorman. They're both third basemen.
No, I was saying Goldschmidt.
Oh. Walker is drafted as a third baseman.
Sure, he was.
That's the only thing that kind of gets me a little bit is the Cardinals might think that, not that they have Arenado's replacement, because that's just silliness. Mm. They might think that we're fine because we could have put Gorman at third.
Yeah.
Or Walker at first.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say this right now. There's no way in hell they make this trade. There's no way there's no way that Mo makes this deal. No chance.
I don't want it to happen. I started out the segment by saying no.
I say the percentages that Mo makes this deal are less than 0%. And I don't even think that's a thing. Mo is not going to risk. He's not going to put his huevos rancheros out on a plate and risk taking on 3 pitchers in a deal that would send Arenado, a bona fide Hall of Famer that you know exactly what you're getting in Nolan Arenado.
What if one of the pitchers coming back was Walker Buehler?
Then yes.
The guy with Tommy John?
Yeah, because
the guy with Timmy Tight Pants.
Walker Buehler's an ace. That's a different conversation.
If he's healthy.
Well, he's recovering from Tommy John, right?
Yeah, I believe it's his second.
Okay, so he's done now. He's had his 2.
Yeah, we're good.
But Walker Buehler's what, 27, I think?
I don't know.
I mean, that would obviously be a huge risk because of the injury. But Walker Buehler is an ace. He's 28 years old. He's a bona fide ace. So let's just say it's Walker Buehler, two pitching prospects that are on the first, and Max Muncy.
I mean,
I'm interested.
Give me Will Smith, and I'll think about it.
You got to catch her, Marsh.
So
that's interesting. I would like to know what the text line thinks. And leave us a mic drop too.
So we got a message here from Brandon Kiley, our good buddy BK.
What's old BK saying?
Well, he must know this guy or something. I'm just kidding, BK. He goes, for what it's worth, it's not just some random weirdo talking out of his butt.
Right.
Because this guy is a legit, reputable reporter.
Right.
He does long-form pieces for the LA Times. And listen, I'm not suggesting that this guy is just clickbait guy. Mm-hmm. What I'm suggesting is that even though what he's writing is not fabricated, there's no meat to it. There could be no meat. And what I mean by that is it's like lawyers, right? If you word it a certain way, it sounds like it's real. But when you dive deeper into it, you realize that, oh, that's not at all what he said. Mm-hmm. Or I didn't mean it that way. And I look at this piece, and nowhere does it say definitively here are the pieces. Definitively the Dodgers or the Cardinals are answering. They're in negotiation. It says the Dodgers have called the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And they like Arenado. How many teams do you think have called the Cardinals because they like Arenado and they think that the Cardinals might be wholesaling? Mm-hmm. I bet you a number of teams have called. Mm-hmm. So although the piece is legit, I don't know if the actual information, when you dive down into it, if the Cardinals are actively listening to the trade talk.
Yeah.
Like John Mozeliak might have said, hey, man, that's real flattering. We have no interest.
Mm-hmm.
Or if we decide to go wholesale, we'll call you back.
Right.
Like that could have been the crux of it all. And then somebody leaked that out saying, hey, Mo didn't say no.
Yeah.
Like it's all how you interpret things. That's why these pieces, they irritate me.
I want to hear from our listeners. I would love to know what they think on the report, about the report, that the Dodgers have engaged in talks with the Cardinals to acquire Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, they've engaged in talks.
Yeah.
We did get a text, an interesting text from the 636. If that blank Mo trades Arenado, we must revolt.
What if he revamps your pitching staff overnight?
So that's the thing. Are people going to see it as that, or are they going to see it as Mo, who they already don't like, just traded away a future Hall of Famer for pitchers that he should have already had going into this year and for next year? So at the end of the day, it's still his fault.
Yeah, they would. What you just said at the end there, Marsh. That's how most people would view it. Again, for the record, I would not trade Arenado. I would not trade a 32-year-old Hall of Fame, future Hall of Famer, who plays a premium position, hits the middle of your lineup. I would, and I've said this for 2 months now. I would be more inclined to trade Goldschmidt, who is toward the end of his career and he's only got 1 year left, and get pitching as well. Let's not forget, you're going to have a couple of bites at the apple here with Michael McGreevy and Tink Hence and Gordon Graceffo coming up, not to mention guys that you're going to get at this year's deadline. I don't think you need to do this in order to revamp your pitching staff. But since the report is out there, I think it's interesting nonetheless. We're going to get your take.
Let's get some mic drops on it.
Yeah, leave us a mic drop, 101 ESPN app. Again, what do you think about the proposed rumor, or no, I wouldn't say proposed rumor, the rumor that the Dodgers have engaged in talks with the Cardinals for Nolan Arenado? More of that next on 101 ESPN.
I mean, if it's me, I start the conversation with, like you guys said, a Walker Buehler or a Dustin May. Healthy, of course, on both guys, but yeah, I mean, it starts there. Otherwise, that's a big nothing burger. No, thank you. We'll see you later.
I missed what Brennan said there at the end, but I know that he started off with Walker Buehler and Dustin May. Now, Dustin May was their top guy over the last couple of years, and of course, he's got a couple of major league, years under his belt. He pitched. Let's see here, Jamie. Dustin May had 14 games, 4 starts in 2019, 12 games, 10 starts in 2020, excuse me. He had 5 games, 5 starts in 2021, whatever. 5 years total. He's made 34 starts. So he's a big leaguer. The problem is Dustin May, and Brendan mentioned this in his mic drop. The problem is Dustin May is coming off, shoulder surgery. So he had surgery to fix a flexor tendon back in early July, so earlier this month, and he's out for the year. But to Brendan's overall point, let's not talk about three upper echelon starters. Let's talk about Buehler or Dustin May, and then why don't you add 2 top pitching prospects, and then a Max Muncy.
Yeah, they're not talking about that, by the way. As I dive deeper into this, and someone from the text line brought my attention to it, that the pitchers that the LA Times piece is referring to is Sheehan, who was good in Double-A but struggled in Major League.
He's had 4 or 5 starts, though. Let's not.
You went over these guys earlier.
Let's not start saying these guys suck just because these got. I'm well aware that Sheehan has had some struggles.
But I think the overall point is that it's not Walker Buehler.
Right.
Like, it's not those guys.
And we had mentioned that you had brought up Buehler, which I thought was, or maybe Marsh did or a texter did. That I thought was interesting. That I thought furthered the conversation, because I think most of us would say, no, 3 unknowns, even if they're top prospects and you need pitching, 3 unknowns and a Max Muncy for Arenado, it's probably not going to cut it for a team that wants to contend in 2024. Mm-hmm. What I thought was interesting, again, I don't know if it was a texter, you, Marsh, whoever, when you brought up Buehler, it's like, whoa, okay, now we're talking about an actual ace who, yes, is coming off an injury, but he's 28. That, to me, would be enticing.
Really good.
Yes. You're talking about Walker Buehler, if you win the division next year, starting for you in every playoff series. Like that to me is a different conversation altogether. That, to the texter's point, no, they didn't bring up Buehler. They brought up their top 4 pitching prospects. I don't think that gets it done. And I don't think Mo does it. Mo is not a risk taker in that regard.
What?
He's not.
What are you talking about? That guy gets buck wild. You know it.
He doesn't get buck wild. Not one bit. Not one bit does he get buck wild.
I didn't say not one bit.
Not one bit.
Right.
Paul Goldschmidt, that trade was a layup. Every GM would have made that trade. The Arenado deal with the Rockies, every GM would have made that deal. That's it. You're talking 2 layups for John Mozeliak, and he pulled them off. He gets credit for that. This is a trade where your balls are as large as church bells, man. As Rafe is here at Centene Community Ice Center.
He's shooting a commercial.
He is. He's a big timer.
Bobby Big Timer.
Bobby Big Timer, yeah. Rafe from our sister station, 105.7 The Point. All right, let's hear from Marsh. I missed that name. What was the name on that? Landon. Let's hear from Landon.
Yeah, these talks are terrifying because I could see Mo thinking that he can slot Nolan Gorman into third base, which would be a terrible idea. The Cardinals need the leadership, and frankly, Nolan Arenado is the most entertaining player that is on the Cardinals right now and that we've had for the last decade.
Appreciate it, Lana, for your mic drop. And please send them in. I'm really interested. We're talking. If you don't know, and I'll reset this a couple of times. You may hear this a couple of times. I apologize, but it's very interesting. The Dodgers, according to Jorge Castillo of the LA Times, this is a big time publication and an actual reporter saying the Dodgers have engaged the Cardinals in trade talks for Nolan Arenado. So we're interested in your mic drops. Feel free to. I think we're going to talk about this kind of the rest of the show. So we're interested in your mic drops. We're interested in your text. What do you think? The consensus so far is a big fat no. Keep Arenado. I disagree with Landon thinking that, and he's not wrong, it's an opinion. But I shouldn't say, I disagree. I have a different opinion. I don't think Mo would look at it and say, I'll put Gorman at third base. I think this is a deal that would absolutely terrify Mo, and he'll never make it. And I don't think he should, by the way, but I don't think this is a move that Mo makes. We'll continue to talk about this in What's Trending next in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We might be live, Jamie. I don't know. Marsh, are we live? Okay.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear any.
I didn't hear the music.
No.
Open.
Marsh,
okay.
Are we doing What's Trending? Do you want to play that? Did you play it? Yeah, go ahead. Hey, you're fine, Marsh. I want you to collect yourself. I'm going to reset things, okay? And then I want you to collect yourself, Marsh. And then I want you to just hammer that What's Trending bet, okay? All right. But it is right now. It was the fast lane. Sorry, a little technical difficulty. We're at Centene Community Ice Center, so we can't see Marsh. We're doing the best we can, Jamie.
Yeah, we are.
And Marsh is doing a fantastic job back in the studios running things. But it is Fastlane on 101 ESPN 502. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. And we will have What's Trending here in a second. But basically what's trending is the latest report from Jorge Castillo of the LA Times. It says the Dodgers and the Cardinals have engaged in talks for Nolan Arenado. A deal could also include, according to Castillo, Jack Flaherty or Jordan Montgomery in a package of major leaguers and prospects. This specific article from the LA Times mentions the Dodgers' top 4 pitching prospects, as well as Max Muncy and or Chris Taylor, 2 big leaguers that could be a part of the deal. Jeff Jones, for what it's worth, of the Belleville Democrat, says the Cardinals are not trading Nolan Arenado. Jamie, I can't see it. I really can't. This is not a Mo type of move. And I know that the biggest detractors of Mo are thinking to themselves, oh, screw this up too. Really stop and think about it, though. Would this be a move that you think Mo would make? Because this is going to take some massive huevos rancheros to do something like this.
So it's absolutely not a move I would see Mo making.
Jeez, I hear a BUT coming.
However,
same thing.
This is a situation that John Mozeliak has never been in. So we don't know how he's.
And why is that?
Well, because they've been pretty good for a long time. But so we don't know how he's going to react.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know to what extent he's been given authority to move pieces. We don't know any of, we don't know how he'll react.
Yeah.
He might panic. He might panic and trade Arenado. And just because he's looking at next year going, we don't have a rotation. And there's really nobody on the market, and the walls are closing in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. John Mozeliak, the everyday guy that we've known for a long time now, absolutely doesn't even consider this.
Mm-mm.
John Mozeliak, under fire of having one of the worst seasons in a long time, almost ever, might panic.
No.
But then
it would speak against. I realize what you're saying.
We don't know. You don't know how a person's going to react until they're in that situation sometimes.
I understand what you're saying. The situation essentially is changing. So could Mo change? There is nothing in the history of the Cardinals under John Mozeliak to suggest that they would entertain doing anything like this, including when they lost, when they didn't make the playoffs for 3 straight years. That would have been the time to panic a little bit.
Yeah, but they're
he
right
didn't.
there.
They're always right there.
I know, but they're not this year.
But could you convince yourself, Jamie? Let me throw another scenario at you.
Yeah.
Okay, another situation. John Mozeliak is sitting there right now in his office. Okay, 5:05 on a Thursday. We are 4 days away.
Probably listening to the Fast Lane.
Probably listening to us, and John, we appreciate you big time. You know that.
Good luck, Mo.
No, he's sitting there, and he's in his front office. Could you imagine the real John Mozeliak? Not your version of Mo with the back tattoos and all that stuff.
That was our version of him.
Our version. You're right, Jamie. We shared that vision. Could you imagine the real Mo saying to himself, well, you know, the numbers for the bullpen were pretty bad this year. If we just fix the bullpen, we're going to be okay next year. What's more likely? That Mo talking himself into the bullpen being the big issue, and if I just solve the bullpen, we're good. Or the one that would take massive cojones to trade a future Hall of Famer for uncertainty.
So the easy answer is to go with the first version of Mo.
I was leading the witness. I'll
quite a
give you
bit,
that.
actually.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Boy, would you be reprimanded in court. But
I'd win.
Well,
probably not. No.
Interesting. The first version of what you...
Can I...
Oh, you want to reset it?
No.
Okay.
Can I represent you in any sort of situation?
Legally?
Would you trust me?
No.
What about my presentation and stuff in court? Closing arguments, okay?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, you're not allowed to represent me in any way, shape, or form legally. However, at 3 o'clock in the morning, if I've got myself into some trouble, you're my first phone call.
I'll take it.
Okay?
Continue.
All right. So the first version of John Mozeliak, that's exactly what I would anticipate.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that this is not just another year for John Mozeliak. You look at him in some of those interviews he's done, the Martin Kilcoyne piece, he looked weathered. Like, no offense, John, I know you're listening right now, but I would be the same way. A lot of sleepless nights, probably irritable around the house. Can't go out anywhere without people asking him about the Cardinals, and the Cardinals aren't playing well, and he watches games fall apart because of pitching. He watches games fall apart at the start because of the rotation. He might do something that's wacky, and he might convince the DeWitts to do the same. Listen, this is money. We can move out of here. We can fix our pitching problem, at least a portion of it, and then some of that money that we're saving by moving Arenado out of here, we can go for one of these guys, the Nolas or the Blake Snells, and we're right back in the hunt for everything next year. I don't like that. Yeah. I want Nolan Arenado to stay here, but there is a certain element of panic, too, that's happening right now in Cardinal Nation. That's why you're seeing all this, and this is just my opinion, of why you're seeing Jack Flaherty going to be traded. Now he's going to be extended. Jordan Hicks on the market. No, he's going to be extended. Paul Goldschmidt, no real talk about that, but you never know. 1 year left. Now the Nolan Arenado. You're seeing all these things happen because people are not sure what direction they're going in.
Yeah.
So panic is real.
Boy, this is a fascinating trade deadline. I thought last year's trade deadline was pretty fascinating because you had the Juan Soto talks, and even though we didn't really believe that the Cardinals would.
Oh man! At one point, I thought, and then when I heard they wanted Gorman and Walker and Carlson, I was like, "Yeah, that's not going to happen."
But what we're talking about right now, and probably for the rest of the show, is that the Dodgers have engaged the Cardinals in trade talks for Nolan Arenado, according to Jorge Castillo of the LA Times. Now, Arenado has a no-trade clause, but Castillo reports that Arenado, a Southern California native, is willing to waive that right only if it means going to the Dodgers. It's unclear if those talks made any progress or if a deal is close, but the Cardinals are under no obligation to move Arenado since he has 4 more years on his contract, and they plan on contending again next year. That to me is the most the thing that convinces me the most that they are not dealing Arenado. It's not the no-trade clause. It's not the cost control aspect of it. It's that the Cardinals fully believe that they will be a contender in 2024. Why wouldn't they? This division is more interesting now that the Reds are half decent.
It's not as hot garbage as it used to be, Anthony.
No, but the Cardinals, this front office will always kind of view itself as the leaders in the NL Central. I think they can convince themselves that this year was just an aberration. It's not. It's a culmination of missteps along the way, but I think they can convince themselves that this was just a one-off. And then go into next year and saying, you know what, if we just make the changes to the pitching staff, we're going to be okay. I don't know if they're necessarily wrong on that. But that piece right there, they plan on contending for next year, leads me to believe, Jamie, there's no way in hell they're going to make a deal with the Dodgers for Nolan Arenado. More of your mic drops and text messages next in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
Join Randy Carricker this Friday from noon to 2 at the Seidenstricker Nobe Partners.
What's trending in the world of sports? The Fast Lane has you covered. What's trending now?
Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate to Goodwill and get a half-price Cardinals ticket voucher.
It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, our guy Andrew Marsh is back in the studio. And what's trending? Well, what's trending right now is the biggest conversation that we have had over the last half hour now, which is that, according to Jorge Castillo of the Los Angeles Times, the Dodgers and Cardinals have engaged in trade talks for Nolan Arenado. Arenado obviously has a full no-trade clause, but according to Castillo, Arenado would waive his no-trade clause to go to the Dodgers because he's a Southern California kid. The players that the Cardinals could acquire in a deal like this, he mentions Bobby Miller, Gavin Stone, Ryan Pepoit, and Emmett Sheehan, which would be their top 4 pitching prospects, along with Max Muncy and or Chris Taylor in a deal that would include not only Nolan Arenado, but perhaps even Jordan Montgomery or Jack Flaherty. So that's the biggest conversation of the day. Jamie is completely disgusted by it all. Not necessarily the idea that the Cardinals could trade Nolan Arenado, but just a report like this exists overall.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's like a House of Cards type thing, to where the reporter is not fabricating anything, but he's also not telling you anything.
Yeah.
It's like, the Dodgers really like Nolan Arenado. Well, no, Guff. Who doesn't? Mm-hmm. Okay? So that's one thing. He's telling the truth, right, but he's not telling us anything.
Yeah.
Then, what's the other one? There have been talks, or they've engaged. They've engaged.
Yes.
So, Anthony, if I call you on the phone and you answer, you've engaged the conversation.
Yes.
Doesn't mean you like me, or doesn't mean you even talk to me.
Jamie, I really like you, and I enjoy talking to you.
But play along, okay? So if I was the Dodgers and I engaged John Mozeliak, he answered the phone, and I said, hey, I know you guys are going through some changes over there. What's your interest level in moving on from Nolan Arenado? We'd be willing to put together a pretty good package for you. John Mozeliak might say, go chase yourself, but they've engaged in talks.
Yeah.
So they're really not telling me anything about it. That's the problem I have with these kinds of articles, is they're factual, but the facts that they have absolutely no substance to it.
Yeah.
So it's very frustrating, because I've seen this before many times in my career, where articles like this are written, and then there's players that confront said reporter about it, and the reporter sits there very coy and says, well, is there anything that I said that wasn't true?
Yeah.
Well, no, but you didn't tell the story. Well, I'm not obligated to dive into deep things that I don't have information about. So you're saying you didn't have the information? Exactly. That's why I didn't write it.
Yeah.
But what I did write, was that true? Well, yes. Well, then I don't know what you're mad at. I've seen it happen in front of my eyes.
Right.
And that's why it drives me crazy, because it causes a stir like this. And I can tell you this. I don't know Nolan Arenado personally, but this is something that he would hate. In my opinion, I think he would hate all of this negative attention swirling around about a trade possibility to the Dodgers, if in fact it's not true. Even if it is true, I can see Nolan Arenado not liking this kind of stuff going on.
Yeah, he doesn't. You're right. He doesn't. He wants to just play. He wants to just play ball.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's why I don't like those kind of articles. No disrespect to the writer. I'm not calling him a liar at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you've provided very broad comments with nothing to back it up, at least not yet.
So furthering the story is Mark Feinsand. Mark Feinsand is executive reporter and MLB Network insider. He tweeted out an hour ago that he spoke with Joel Wolf, who represents Nolan Arenado. He declined to get into specifics about the LA Times report regarding the Cardinals-Dodgers trade talks, but he did say the idea that Arenado would only waive his no-trade clause for the Dodgers was inaccurate.
So to follow up on that...
So that's interesting.
No, hang on. To follow up on that, apparently the agent has also gone now, had to clarify that.
What do you got?
This is the problem with it, Anthony, right? Do you see how this is happening now?
It's a wildfire.
It's like the game of telephone. You don't know what the next guy's going to say. So apparently the agent has clarified that him waiving his no trade for LA is inaccurate. So basically, LA was, he suggested LA was just calling to check for availability.
Well, that would play in exactly what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. This is why that crap drives me nuts, because there's no proof there's no information.
Yeah.
There's headline type stuff, but there's no real information. Now the agent's having to do damage control because what he said was vague enough for people to interpret that, there's more teams he'd waive his no trade clause. Right. No, he meant he's not waiving it for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
At least not at this point.
Not at this point. Yeah. So. Let's hear from Lauren, who left us.
Yeah, I'm mad. Okay, Anthony?
You seem very mad. Lauren will cheer you.
Tired, too.
In regards to trading Arenado, I don't think I could ever do it, especially with how thin the third baseman market is. I feel like his value would be, higher, but I think I would trade Paul Goldschmidt at this point in time. Arenado produces too many RBIs, but Goldschmidt, the hitting machine that he is, would probably yield at least 2 number 2s, and then we can shift Walker from the outfield. And if we are really keeping Tyler O'Neill, we've got that. We have Nootbaar, and then we stick Brendan Donovan or Tommy Edman into that third outfield slot. That's your core over the next 4 or 5 years right there. You've got that solidified, and then you have Mason Wynn coming in to fill shortstop. You have the offensive prowess. You are missing the pitching.
Lauren, welcome to the dark side. Welcome. Take a seat. She's absolutely right. If you're going to trade one of these guys, theoretically, you trade Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt's coming off an MVP season. He's having a really good season again this year. Not an MVP season, but a really good season. He's 36 years old. He's going to be 37 in 2 months. That production is not going to stay at that level for a long time. If you are going to trade one of these guys, it's absolutely Goldschmidt. And you could get 2 starters, as what Lauren was talking about. You could get 2 starters. I'm not saying that you're not going to get Dylan Cease. You're not going to get Dylan. You're going to get Dylan Cease and somebody else from the White Sox. What I'm saying is you can get 2 prospects that are on the cusp of joining the big leagues for Goldschmidt. You don't need to deal Arenado.
That's risky.
You're risky. But I like you.
Yeah.
So.
So guys, going back to the Mark Feinsand thing, the way that I read his tweet was that the inaccuracy didn't come from him denying the Dodgers. It was more so it was inaccurate that the only team that he would waive his no trade clause was for the Dodgers, meaning that not only the Dodgers but other teams are in the mix as well to be traded to.
We just got an update, too. The agent has clarified that.
Yes.
The agent has clarified that he at no point is waiving his no-trade clause.
Yeah.
He had to clarify his own breakdown of it because it is misleading in some ways. And that's what you're right. That's why when Anthony and I were talking about it, we said it could be represented as not just the Dodgers, but there's several teams on it. And so the agent had to go out there and kind of clean that up a little bit.
Earlier today, I thought this was going to be the most interesting part of the day. It wasn't even close because all this Nolan Arenado stuff has come out. But earlier today, we were talking about an article that John Denton of MLB.com put together about Jack Flaherty. And we were talking yesterday, we were on the air yesterday when Flaherty made his start against the Diamondbacks. And we said, well, that's it. That's likely his last start for the Cardinals. According to John Denton, Flaherty, who pitched well over 5 innings on Wednesday in Arizona, might not be out of town just yet. The Cardinals are still holding out hope that an 11th-hour long-term extension can be reached before Tuesday, according to a source familiar with the club's thinking. Again, that was John Denton of MLB.com. Derek Gould of STLtoday.com and the Post-Dispatch, he tweeted out earlier today that there has been no long-term extension talks between the Cardinals and Jack Flaherty. He said, it was interesting talking to Jack Flaherty last night, especially as he spoke about what being a Cardinal meant to him. I'm reading the wrong tweet. Where is it? Let's see here. Derek Gould tweeted out. No, I lost his tweet. Sorry. He basically said that there's been no long-term discussions between the Cardinals and Jack Flaherty.
Yeah,
so
two kind of conflicting tweets.
Got it. Sorry. Cardinals and Jack Flaherty have not had conversations about an extension in several months per multiple sources, and they affirmed they're reporting this morning at STL Today that spring training talks did not gather momentum. There you have it. I'm not buying that they're not going to trade Flaherty. I think Flaherty is as good as
I'm not buying that at all. I don't know why. If you were going to pick between Monty and Flaherty, I think I'd want to extend Monty over Flaherty just because he's been healthy.
Yeah, he's got to take the ball every 5 days.
Take the ball.
Yep.
But you're not going to hit the number that he wants because he's got Scott Boras.
Yes.
And so therefore, Jack Flaherty's got to go. Yeah. What would you like? What would a deal even look like?
For Flaherty?
Yeah.
I wouldn't go more than 2 years.
But what would the dollar value be of that?
$12 million a year. 24. 2 for 24. And I don't think Flaherty
Jack
would take
Flaherty
it.
would be like, no, he's not going to do that.
That's fine.
So.
But yeah, I wouldn't go any more than that. Would you?
No. I want to trade him.
I'm with you.
So if you're asking me, the answer is no.
I'm with you. One more thing for what's trending, right from Derek Gould again, following up on this update. Discussions that did take place with Jordan Hicks about an extension have not progressed with the Cardinals, so interested teams see this as a sign of his availability, and there is interest per sources. Of course there's going to be interest. Jordan Hicks could slide in to a closer spot for a team that's desperate for a closer, or he could be a setup guy.
Read that again, please.
Okay. Did I miss something?
Yeah.
Following up on this update, discussions that did take place with Jordan Hicks about an extension have not progressed with the Cardinals, so interested teams see this as a sign of his availability, and there is interest per sources.
Of course there's interest.
That's what I said.
I know, yeah. I heard something different.
Oh, okay.
No, that's on me.
Okay. Yeah, no. Jamie, of course. Yeah, of course there's interest. This guy's
not groundbreaking news. Of
Right.
course there's interest.
Yeah,
no disrespect to.
Yeah, he's a high leverage.
Yeah, and he's having
reliever.
he's having himself a bit of a breakout moment here
Absolutely.
this
Yeah.
year.
No doubt. All right, it's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We are going to play the Beat the Streak game and have the biggest question of the day next on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals back at it tonight after defeating the Diamondbacks yesterday by a final score of 11-7. They'll be taking on the Chicago Cubs right here at Busch Stadium as Miles Mikolas takes them out going up against Justin Steele. 6:45 first pitch. We'll play Beat the Streak and have our biggest question of the day coming up next. We talked a little earlier in the show about City SC taking on Club America tonight at City Park. That start time is at 9 o'clock as the League's Cup group stage continues on. If you missed anything from today's show, including all of our discussions and conversations about Major League Baseball's trade deadline, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or use that 101 mobile app. You can find the full podcast there. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And of course, you can go to YouTube as all of our shows are archived. I'm Andrew Marsh, and this Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hit baseballs.
All of my successes depend on me.
You ready to hit?
The hits just keep on coming.
And his first big league hit is a bullet up the middle.
All right, time to play Beat the Streak in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. First, let's get an update from Andrew Marsh on the current standings.
Anthony, our guy Brennan, who's with us today, he is leading the charge with a streak of 3. Anthony, nice. You are in second with 2. Jamie has 1, and I have 0. I'm back to 0.
Marshy. Sorry, buddy.
Nah, it's all right.
Brennan, welcome back to the show, man.
What's going on, boys? How we doing?
Doing all right. You're the leader in the clubhouse right now, man. It's your show right now. Who would you like?
I appreciate it. You know, the lineup today looks absolutely stacked. I think there's a lot of good options out here. I'm going to stick with Donovan, though. I like him leading it off. He's been looking really good. He's got some power. I'm sticking with Brendan Donovan today.
I don't blame you, not one bit. All right, so Brendan took Brendan Donovan off the board. I certainly like that call a lot. Guys, Nico Horner ended my 13-game hit streak. Mm-hmm. And he's in the lineup tonight for the Cubs. But screw that guy. I'm going to take Paul Goldschmidt. So give me Goldie, please. I'm going to double dip, Jamie. I think he hits a home run, and therefore that's a hit. That extends my streak to 3. Jamie.
Yeah, I didn't double down 2 games ago, but I will tonight. Nolan Arenado for the hit and the home run.
Wow. Okay.
His first at-bat. First inning, Anthony.
He's going to be angry.
And he's going to
just jack one.
Boom.
All right.
Take that, Dodgers.
Even though I'm playing the Cubs.
Yeah, well.
Screw your rumors.
Well, the rumors, Anthony, have been that Arenado's going to the Dodgers. That's why I said that. Had nothing to do with the Cubs. You missed the mark on that one. Wow. It's okay. Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
I forgive you.
Marshy, who do you got?
I think I got to go with Yan Gomes again.
Oh, my God.
He's back in the lineup.
He treated you right last time.
He did. I'm going to stick with Yan Gomes.
All right, old Yanni Gomes there for the win for Marshy. All right, so here's your Beat the Streak players tonight. Brennan took Brendan Donovan. I took Paul Goldschmidt. Jamie took Nolan Arenado. And Marsh took his favorite player in the whole wide world, Yan Gomes.
Well, hold on now.
So there you go. That's Beat the Streak. Brennan, hopefully we'll talk to you tomorrow, man.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Let's go Birds and let's go City.
There you go. Good man. We'll see you about.
All right, boys.
All right, now it's time for biggest question of the day.
Okay.
It's time for the Fast Lane's biggest question of the day.
All right, gentlemen. Our biggest question of the day. Do the Cardinals need to reevaluate how they handle players? And this is of course, when scouting players and also through arbitration. You see the way that they've handled arbitration with Tyler O'Neill and of just a few of their players, also with how they handled Nolan Arenado. And apparently he's not all too thrilled that they had a quiet offseason. Do you think they need to change their approach when it comes to how they handle their players on and off the field?
They handle their approach. Well, this one, Jamie, I would answer it this way. I'm not trying to cop out. We don't know how they handle the players on and off the field. We can guess, but one of the texters brought up a fantastic point, Jamie. I won't steal it from you because you brought it up to me about Nolan Arenado and what he did before the season.
Oh, they said that he didn't opt out.
Yeah, that
he opted in, and certainly there were discussions between him and Mo, and I'm sure Mo had laid out a plan that with expectations to win. It didn't go according to plan, but I'm sure Nolan Arenado was privy to what John Mozeliak was going to attempt.
Mm-hmm.
So, he could have easily opted out and then immediately renegotiated with the Cardinals on the spot. And at that point said, I want the exact same deal monetarily, but I want another opt-in after next year or opt out.
I think that's a tremendous point. So in other words, you have Nolan Arenado, who had multiple opt-outs over the last 2 years. He could have exercised it after the end of two seasons ago. He didn't. He opted back in. Could have opted out last year. Didn't opt back in. I don't think that Mo told him, hey, we're going to go out and we're going to get 3 aces. So just to opt in. I don't think he sold him on anything. It doesn't seem like that's Mo's MO.
No, I don't think Mo BS'd him.
Right. So I don't think they necessarily need to figure out a better way to handle the players. The Contreras situation is a problem, I think, from the standpoint of they basically got a little irrational. They talked to Contreras. Apparently, they talked to Contreras. They had dinner with him. They loved him.
They kind of panicked. Goes back to my earlier point. You don't know what to expect from people in times of craziness.
Yeah, very true. Hey, Marsh, do we have any more mic drops on the Nolan Arenado?
Yeah, we have one from Levi that we can get to.
All right, let's hear from Levi.
Hey guys, I think there's no way that Mo trades away Nato. You don't pull off one of the craziest trades in recent years to pick up Nato just to trade him away. I think if he does that, Mo's an absolute idiot and will go down as such if he goes through with it. If I'm Mo, there's no way I'm sniffing this deal out whatsoever. You can't trade away a core piece of what you're trying to build around. It just seems like an outrageous idea. Terrible, terrible hit piece, in my opinion.
Levi's absolutely right. This deal fell into your laps. And we joke about it with the Rockies GM, being ham-sauced when he picked up the phone the night that, Mo wanted to get the deal done for Arenado. But I only joke about it because I think that's exactly what happened. I think the former Rockies GM was either drunk as a skunk or high as a kite, Jamie, and decided to make that deal.
Or both.
Decided to make that deal for Arenado. Mm-hmm. To Levi's point, you don't have a deal like that fall into your lap only 3 years later to turn around and say, well, I got to make up for the pitching mistakes I made. No, you continue to build around a guy like that.
Mo just needs to look elsewhere in his roster for the solutions as far as moving pieces to get pieces and, alleviating salary in certain areas. Arenado has to be your centerpiece.
Absolutely.
I don't even think Goldie is anymore.
Nope.
Just because he's only got the one extra year on his deal. The one more year after this year.
Right.
And he's 36 years old. So I just don't see that.
Amen there, brother. Okay, who do we have, Marsh?
We have Chris.
Let's hear from Chris.
Hey, guys, love the show. All this Arenado talk, I'm wondering if he has something to do with any of this. I'm wondering if maybe he's got a little buyer's remorse over his decision not to exercise his option. I don't know. He didn't sign with the Cardinals to contend maybe next year, maybe the year after. He signed with the Cardinals to contend every year, and they're not doing it. I can see him wanting to get out. Anyway, tell BT I miss him.
We will. We love BT. We miss him as well. It doesn't sound like it. For what it's worth, it doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound like this is what Nolan Arenado did.
He would have opted out.
He would have opted out. He had 2 opportunities to opt out. And why wouldn't you? If you didn't like why would you like last year's offseason outside of getting, signing Albert Pujols, and that was his favorite player. But you didn't do it. You had a bad offseason last year. And apparently Mo sat down with Arenado, talked with him, and Arenado opted back in immediately. So I don't think maybe he has buyer's remorse. It just doesn't sound like it, Jamie.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. Yeah. At this point, I'm not buying it.
I kind of buy it. A little bit. Maybe.
Oh, Marshy. Actually, you know what? I'm not even
going to say it. You can't say anything.
You're an absolute genius, Marsh.
Based on what Marshy's saying, Arenado will be traded tomorrow.
Well, I'm not saying that, but, if you are sold a bill of goods that aren't good, I'd be pretty ticked off. I'd be pretty ticked off if I were him. Of course, he obviously thought that this team could compete in the offseason. I think we all did. All of the experts thought this team was going to be good. They're not. So something went wrong, and he's pissed about it.
The way you said that, Marsh, is when you say he's not. Oh, I'm not, Doug.
What? Not, Doug?
Everyone's having fun. Oh, I'm not, Doug.
I'm not.
So 2 fat naked bikers having sex off 17.
How am I supposed to chip?
Well, that's going on.
By the way, have you seen a couple of the memes? That Las Vegas has the Sphere now, that thing. Well, apparently there's a golf course that's like right in front of it, and as it was getting darker at night, like just at the end of the day, the Sphere was going and they had the eyeball going. It was like turning and blinking.
Yeah.
And so they took the shooter quote. It's like, hey, there's an eyeball staring at me on the 17th fairway. How am I supposed to chip? Well, looking at that.
Love it, man.
It was pretty funny, man.
All right, we'll wrap up the show next in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. you missed anything from today's show, you can download the podcast available right after the show on 101ESPN.com or via your 101 ESPN mobile app. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Talked a lot of Cardinals today. Talked about whether or not the Cardinals are actually looking to extend Jack Flaherty or deal him. Jamie and I aren't buying that extension story, so want to make sure that you tune in for that. Should the Cardinals hold on to their offensive talent? Just aim for pitching. We discussed whether or not Shohei Ohtani or whether or not Marsh is an absolute genius for predicting that Shohei Ohtani will just remain with the Angels, and what it means for the Cardinals that Shohei Ohtani stayed with the Angels. And then the back half of the show really was about Nolan Arenado and the rumor that the Dodgers have engaged in talks with the Cardinals for Nolan Arenado. So we broke that down over the last hour plus. Again, it's all available at 101ESPN.com or your 101 ESPN mobile app. Marsh, what do you got for criticisms and compliments?
Yeah, we got a text from Shooter McGavin. Stay out of my way or you'll pay. Listen to what I say.
I love Shooter.
We did get a text from Swan. Swan says, great show today, guys. As far as the Arenado trade rumors go, it's probably a case of the Dodgers. Checked in to see his availability. Heard it was a no, and that's it. It's just being blown out of proportion.
Well, that's kind of Jamie's take. Jamie did not appreciate what was being reported. Portrayed. And he is disgusted by the whole thing.
I'm not disgusted by the whole thing.
He's disgusted.
These reporters have jobs to do, but
by the whole thing.
They could also clarify that, that it's not like they heard anything with substance, just that, hey, hearing the Dodgers have called the Cardinals regarding Nolan Arenado's availability, rather than they've had contact. Of course they've had contact.
Disgusted by the whole thing.
You're right, Andy. I'm disgusted.
By the way, guys, did you wave at a gentleman earlier that was walking by your studio at the Centene Community Ice Center?
Yeah, he was very nice.
So we did get a text from said gentleman. It says, thanks for waving. My daughter thinks I'm cool. She will figure it out soon enough.
Oh, you are cool, man. You are cool. Your daughter has a great dad, an absolute great dad.
Down here taking your daughter to hockey practice?
Yeah, you kidding me?
Absolutely.
Jamie and I have 7 kids between us, and we know. Jamie just gave me a look.
Maybe more.
7 that we know of. So we know the sacrifice that it takes to get these kiddos to these hockey camps and every other camp, summer camp. I've been to 19 camps already this year, Jamie, dropping off the kiddos. So, hey, you keep doing what you're doing, man. And we appreciate you listening to the show.
Do you guys ever have moments where your kids, and Jamie, maybe more so you, just because, Stalter, your kids are a little bit younger, but where you just like flat out embarrass them, and sometimes it's on purpose?
No, I do it all the time.
You do it all the time?
I do crazy stuff to my kids all the time. Walking through the grocery store, at the mall. I mean, anything I can do to embarrass them, I will do so. And I'll say that, like, if it's McKinnon with me, and I just start, like, singing at Schnucks and, like, singing to people going by, like in their face, like, not in a bad way, just kind of like harmonizing. And she'll be, people looking kind of giggling. I go, by the way, I'm McKinnon Rivers' dad. And then she, stop, Dad. And then I'll start singing, I'm McKinnon Rivers' dad. She lives in Cottleville.
She's embarrassed of me.
Oh, yeah. She loves my singing. And she'll just lose her mind.
She'll appreciate it one day.
No, probably not. But either way,
probably not.
It's fun for me.
Yeah.
Jamie Rivers and the Barbershop Quartet.
There we go, baby.
That's right.
I mean, I did unveil the Freedom Bird Speedo at a Memorial Day gathering.
Hey, Jamie, you had to.
Or July 4th, rather.
You had to, Jamie.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I thought it was a great call.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, we had a text from the 314. Yesterday, the Fast Lane gave us alien gas fun. And the origin of the rubber game. Today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Today. how the Cards might trade Nolan Arenado. Oh, the good old days.
Yeah, I wish we were still talking about aliens. What'd you call it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I called it, because that's yesterday. Do you think I remember anything that happened yesterday?
No, I don't either. That's why I was asking you.
No.
What are you trying to think of? Maybe I could be of
Jamie was
service.
saying yesterday about these aliens.
Well, no,
they're just nice aliens.
Well, they're portrayed in such a horrible way.
Right.
Like, we just assume we're going to get, like, annihilated by these aliens.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair.
No.
At all.
I think it's fair at all. Justice for aliens.
Justice for
So there was an article, though. It's funny that you say that, because when I was at home, I saw an article that they actually have contacted these aliens, and they have, or at least some of them, the people that are, the whistleblowers and whatnot that are coming out and saying they're real. They said that some of them have been hostile.
Really?
I mean,
well, how have they been approaching? What time of night are they calling?
Yeah, first of all, I don't care.
Probably 2 a.m. You think they're saying you up?
You up? And the alien's like, no, go blank yourself.
Marsh, first and foremost, I don't care who these people are blowing. If they're calling the aliens at all different times of the night, I don't think that's nice.
Yeah. Well said, Anthony.
From the New York Post, time traveler claims hostile aliens are coming to take back Earth. If you don't believe that, you're crazy.
First of all, what? How do we know that the Earth was the aliens? Do they have proof? Do they have documentation? No, I didn't think so.
I don't know.
No. If they don't have paperwork, then sorry. It's ours.
We got a text from the 434. We need Jamie to fight the aliens, as alluded to yesterday, to save Mo.
To save
Mo?
To save Mo.
Why would Mo
are the
be
aliens
a target of
going
the
after
aliens?
Mo?
I don't understand that.
Maybe they're making him, maybe hold on to some of these players. Maybe not trade some others. Give an extension to Jordan Hicks. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, I'm willing to step in and help, but I didn't realize Mo was in trouble.
I mean, just maybe a little clarification as to why Mo would be a target of these aliens. We certainly would appreciate it here in the Fastline.
I mean, Mo can reach out to us, too, if there's a problem.
Anytime. We're more than willing. Jamie and I will fight anybody, really. Jamie more so. I'll be there for support.
Oh, you're cashing checks for me now, are you?
No, I'll get in there.
Great. I'm going to have, like, John Jones coming down here to the Centene Community Center.
You know what?
I'm going to put my ass in a sling.
Give it your best. Hey, listen, give it your best. I'll grab a bat.
Oh, yeah, you better get 2 of them.
Yeah, that's fine.
We got a question from...
Jamie, I'm sorry, got the bats.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. I was a little late. My bad.
Jamie, he grabbed them. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'll see you.
I'll be eating my meals through a straw for the next month and a half.
I'll visit you. Go ahead, Marcel.
We got a question from Brandon on YouTube. Final one here. When do Anthony's kids start at Synergy Hockey?
I've been offering.
Jamie has. Yeah.
Probably right after the clear camp, right?
They're holding out for the clear camp.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
It's going to be a pillar.
Killian, I think, would be interesting as a hockey player.
Get him on the skates, Anthony.
Well, they take ice skating.
Well, then what the hell are you waiting for?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
I think Killian would like the fighting aspect of it.
Well, they frown upon the fighting at the youth level, Anthony.
I know somebody at Synergy Hockey that might do something about that.
We don't promote violence. That I can tell you.
Yep. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, Andrew Marsh. It's the Fast Lane.
It's called Synergy Hockey Skills, Anthony.
Well, skills can,
No.
boxing has skills.
Nope.
I'm off tomorrow. You're going to have Jamie and a bunch of other
I don't know who the hell's
guests
doing the show with me. So,
yeah, well, Marsh, you and Marsh, it's going to be fantastic. So enjoy Instant Replay. That's coming up right now. Everybody have a good rest of your night. See ya.